to Mundira Begira 2021, a look at where the world is heading. After a wild ride of these past 2 years, I personally am looking so much forward to this event and this program. 2020 hit the world with unprecedented challenges. Then 2021 came along and said, hold my beer. Or Eutseneri Chacolina, which is probably lost in translation. Hello? Okay, what's not lost in translation, gentlemen? Okay, very good. What's not lost in translation is, be it the Basque Country or be it globally, the dust is still settling after the COVID-19, which makes this a great moment for a look at where we are heading and where our world is heading, Mundira Begira. Today, we're bringing you great speakers, panels, moderators, and expert insights from the front lines of the Basque industry to the deepest thinkers of the world's top universities, media, and think tanks. Not only am I excited to be your host today, but I'm looking forward to the content that we're going to be hearing and seeing for myself. So let's thank our friends all over the Basque community, both the private and public sectors. Thank you so much for this event. Thank you. And thank you for being here today. Now, as promised, we have a great program today. To get us started, it's my honor to introduce the Minister of Economic Development, Infrastructure, and Sustainability of the Basque Government, Arantxa Tapia. I follow the minister on Instagram, by the way, and she is an influencer. And she does not stop. Last week, and right up until very recently, she was in Glasgow at the UN Climate Summit, and she was alongside of the world's heavy hitters because she is one herself. 1 week, a world capital, the next week, out and about the Basque town and country, working with us all. Truly unstoppable. Madam Minister, thank you for all you do. The stage is yours. Arantxa Tapia.
Thank you very much for this kind presentation. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here with us. Egun on, lehenik eta behin, ongi etorria eman nahi diet Mundura Begirako partaide guztiei, bai hemen zaudetenoi eta baita ere streaming bidez jarraitzen gaituzuen guztioi. Ongi etorri eta eskerrik asko enpresarentzako zerbitzu gisa diseinatutako ekimen honetan parte hartzeagatik. Ezagutza transmititzeko eta erantzun batzuk emateko zerbitzu gisa, pandemiaren ondoren tokatzen zaigun mundua hobe ulertzeko eta izan dezakegun ziurgabetasun maila murrizteko prestatu dugu gaur. Welcome and thank you for taking part in this initiative designed as a service to companies, a service to transmit knowledge and to contribute with some answers to reduce the number of uncertainties about the world that is touching us nowadays after the pandemic. I must especially thank the speakers who visit us from outside our borders for their participation and for their generosity in sharing with us their vision of the current world in these special circumstances. I hope that to the extent that your schedule allows, you will enjoy our country and its people, and if you consider it so, you will become, if you are not already, ambassadors of the Basque Country in the world. Mundura Begira enpresarentzat eta enpresarengatik dela esan berrit badut, Euskadiko enpresariek beti eta batez ere azken 20 hilabete hauetan egin diren eta egin dituzuen ahaleginei buruz hitz egin nahi nuke. Nazioartekotzeko euskal agentziak, Basque Trade and Investment SPRI taldearen barruan dagoenak, Mundura Begiraren edizio hau antolatu du. Eta esan bezala, enpresen nazioartekotzeak aurre egin behar dien erronkak guztion artean aztertzeko, aldaketak eta ziurgabetasuna nagusi diren batean, batez ere gurean nola lan egin aztertzeko. Mundura Begira es una oportunidad para confrontar la experiencia de estas personalidades mundiales con la aplicación diaria de la internacionalización en el mundo empresarial e institucional vasco. Mundura Begira este año 2021 aborda temas de interés para entender mejor este futuro que ya está aquí, de hecho. Ideas, conceptos, oportunidades. Un conocimiento importante para que las empresas vascas, para que todos vosotros apliquéis y mejoréis vuestras estrategias de internacionalización, minimizando riesgos y teniendo mayor certidumbre en todos los proyectos de acción exterior, si esto hoy es posible, esto de la certidumbre. In Mundura Begira, what is probably the greatest transformation that the international markets have undergone since the arrival of Internet will be presented. The so-called three transitions: digital, green, and social health in four main themes. First, today, world experts are going to debate about technology and its regulation with the aims of avoiding a further dehumanization of society. Second, the different aspects of the pandemic will also be discussed in terms of how it affects different regions, creating challenges for international cooperation. On the other hand, as third point, after the impacts of COVID-19, the future of globalization in a post-pandemic world will be analyzed and compared, of course. The economic recovery measures that are already being adopted in the world will be analyzed. And finally, we will analyze also some of the strategies with the Basque companies will have to overcome and the challenges of emerging Asia market. It's emerging and it's going to be very, very important in the future. En Mundura Begira se van a presentar lo que es probablemente, decía, la mayor transformación que ha sufrido los mercados internacionales desde la llegada de Internet. Las tres transiciones, digital, verde y sociosanitaria, y vamos a tratar cuatro temáticas principales. En primer lugar, expertos mundiales van a debatir acerca de la tecnología y sus regulaciones con el objetivo de crear de abordar lo que se puede considerar como una mayor deshumanización de la sociedad, y se abordará la adaptación al imparable cambio climático y su mitigación gracias a los Green New Deals. Se podrá conocer el modo en que la salud de las personas y del planeta repercutirán inevitablemente en el pensamiento económico mundial. En segundo lugar, se discutirán los diferentes aspectos de la pandemia en términos de cómo afecta a diferentes regiones, creando desafíos de cooperación internacional. Se analizará asimismo la manera en que la crisis sanitaria ha afectado a los retos y conflictos mundiales y cómo se determinará y cómo se abordará esto en el futuro con diferentes normativas y diferentes situaciones en Estados Unidos, la Unión Europea y China, que a día de hoy ya se están comenzando a aplicar. Estos cambios, sin duda, van a condicionar nuestra forma de hacer negocios en Euskadi y por ello debemos prestar la máxima atención. En tercer lugar, tras los impactos de la COVID-19, se analizará y comparará el futuro de la globalización del mundo pospandémico, las medidas de recuperación económica que se están adoptando tanto en la Unión Europea como en Estados Unidos y también, como no, en China, el liderazgo que ésta está adquiriendo y cómo va a esto a abordarse desde Euskadi y cómo nos va a impactar a corto, a medio y a largo plazo. Y finalmente analizaremos algunas de las estrategias con las que las empresas de Euskadi deben superar los retos de este mercado emergente, que ya no es tan emergente, sino que ya está consolidado en Asia, los posibles nichos de mercado, el creciente proteccionismo que se está produciendo en general en el mundo y diferentes iniciativas prácticas que se están poniendo en marcha para apoyar a las pymes. Berriro diot ekitaldi hau euskal enpresari zuzenduta dagoela eta hobeto esanda euskal enpresa osatzen duten pertsonei. Ekonomiaren bilakaeraren protagonista garrantzitsuak zerate pertsonak eta pandemiak astindu izugarria eman digun arren hemen gaude. Dakizuenez, administrazioek likidezia zornitzeko eta gertatzen ari ziren zuloak arintzeko une txarrenetan mai gainean jarri genituen neurri desberdinak, baina batez ere orain kasu egingo diogu eta lehentasuna emango diogu nazioartetze plana onartu berri dugunari. Plan espezifiko bat da, ekaitz batean diseinatua eta susperraldi ekonomikoari begira dagoena. munduan egin genezaken ekarpena eta ezarpena ere kontutan izanik. Plan hori 2022ko aurrekontuetan islatzen da, eta bertan nazioartekotzea bultzatzeko laguntza programak leku berezia dute eta zuzkidura handiagoarekin gainera, kasu honetan 10 milioi eurotakoa. Belaunaldi berrien implikazioa bultzatzen jarraituko duen plana da. Hau da, nazioartetze bekei esker gero eta euskal gazte gehiago ditugu munduan, zuei, enpresei, beraien talentua emanez, eta kokapena garrantzitsua ematen jarraituko diogu gure programetan. Eta plan horrek enpresei bere helmugetan zuzeneko laguntza ematearen aldeko apostua ere egiten dugu, eta kanposarea indartu egingo dugu. Horrela, dagoeneko existitzen diren 16 bulegoei, Japonian, Hego Korean eta Turkian bulego berriak irikitzeaz gehituko dizkiogu baliabideak. En definitiva, nos dotamos de instrumentos de apoyo a la actividad internacional de las empresas. Fortalecemos la red exterior y el posicionamiento internacional para apoyarnos precisamente en esos procesos que tienen que abordar las empresas vascas utilizando la marca Euskadi Basque Country. De igual forma, damos impulso a cambios normativos que se deben producir, a cambios regulatorios que se han de producir en la Unión Europea y en el Estado español, como por ejemplo el ajuste de las emisiones de carbono en frontera aplicable a importaciones de determinados sectores. Aprovecho además para saludar a los y las responsables de las oficinas de la red exterior que están hoy entre nosotros y que entre hoy y mañana van a reunir a empresas que se van a reunir con empresas que así lo deseen para hablar de sus inquietudes en cada uno de los ámbitos internacionales en los que trabajan. Before starting this new edition of Mundura Begira and giving the floor to our guests, I want to make a brief introduction of the geopolitical context. The global economic scenario for the next 30 years will be given by the response of the technological and socio-economic challenges that each of the territories will face. This situation, emerging markets will be especially our attention because undoubtedly they gain importance in the world trade and the economic axis will be gradually shift towards Asia. To meet these challenges and to be competitive in this world, it will be essential to adapt to the key industries that will drive our global economy and transformation. In this scenario, Euskadi Basque Country is already immersed in the great transition that will mark the future of the economy. The three transitions that are here with us today and that we are trying to face in the future days. Durante décadas, Euskadi, con esa fórmula de la casa de colaboración público-privada, ha trabajado para adaptarse y para liderar los grandes cambios en el sector industrial. El resultado es que hoy podemos afirmar que Euskadi es uno de los referentes europeos por haber impulsado exitosamente un proceso de transformación industrial, traccionado por esa fuerte colaboración público-privada que nos ha permitido a todos evolucionar desde una economía basada en una industria pesada y en declive a una economía industrial impulsada mediante el conocimiento, la innovación, la tecnología y las personas. Hoy Euskadi es una de las economías más abiertas de Europa, por encima de países como Italia o Francia, con más de 5.000 empresas exportadoras e implantaciones productivas por todo el mundo. Además, se ha convertido en un referente tecnológico con líderes globales que tienen su sede aquí en Euskadi. El reto actual del Gobierno vasco se centra en impulsar un modelo de desarrollo económico que integre la sostenibilidad como una palanca nueva, como una palanca adicional de competitividad. Aspiramos a que en el año 2050 seamos un país net cero y sigamos avanzando a través de la excelencia tecnológica. Horregatik, ziur gaude konfiantzazko bazkide izango garela beste lurralde batzuen garapenerako, baita ere, gizarte aberatsagoak, bidezkoagoak, jasangarriagoak eta inklusiboagoak sortzen lagunduz. Bai, gorabideen dauden ekonomietan, baino baita ere gure lurraldean bertan. Eta bukatzeko esan nahi nizueke baita ere, azken aldian, ari gerala egiten ditugun ekitaldi guztien isuriak CO2 edo negutegi efektuko gasen isuriak aztertzen, neurtzen, kasu honetan ere egin dugu, eta beraz, zentzu horretan, guzti hori orekatzeko neurriak hartuko ditugula ere aipatzen dizuet. Hau da, ekitaldi honek ere net zero bilatzen du. Eskerrik asko guztioi.
Eskerrik asko. Eskerrik asko, Madam Minister Arantxa Tapia. Thank you very much. And here we are at Mundira Begira 2021, having a look at the future and where our world is heading. And what better way to do that than with a futurist? Gerd Leonhard is CEO of the Future Agency, a global network of futurists headquartered in Zurich and San Francisco. Gerd has been listed by Wired magazine as one of the top 100 most influential people in Europe and one of the leading futurists in the world by the Wall Street Journal. People, planet, purpose, and prosperity is his motto. Here he's going to tell us about the great transformation, technology, climate change, and health. It's my pleasure to turn the floor over. Gerd Leonhard. Thank you, Gerd.
Egunon. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. I'm a futurist. Most of you don't know what that is. I didn't know what that was until I became a futurist. I wrote a book in 2004 called The Future of Music, which became the blueprint for companies like Spotify and so on. And one day somebody called me on the phone and says, "You are the futurist," because you wrote a book called The Future of, right? So that's how I became a futurist. And my work is really not so much about predicting the future, but it's about imagination and what we call foresight. So I want to share some of that with you today. And I want to talk about let me see if I get this right, the Tokishun Onna, the good future. This is my main topic, because I think we have to realize that the future is not anymore about tomorrow. The future is here. I mean, especially today when we talk about climate change and decarbonization, artificial intelligence, it's like science fiction is getting real, right? And the question that we have to ask ourselves, especially in this country, in this beautiful place here, is what future do we want? Because, you know, the reality is we can probably have pretty much any future. You want to go to other planets? Yeah, it seems like we're going to be able to go. Right? You want to upload your brain to the internet? Elon Musk will help you. So it's possible to have pretty much any future. And today, unfortunately, many people have this feeling about the future. The future isn't good. Especially when you ask children and kids, not just because of COVID, right? So there's COVID, of course. Then there's the robots. The robots will come and take our work, and then they will kill us. Right? That's what Hollywood tells us. And so many kids, I have children, I don't know if you have children, but my kids are 25 and 30. And of course, I'm their father, so they know a little bit better, you know. But many kids think like the future is not going to be good. There's too many problems. And we can't agree on anything. So I'm here to tell you today that I think, in fact, today we have this opening of new doors towards a new future. And that I really believe the future is better than we think. Starting with looking back at 1968. Some of you may have been around 1968. I was only 7, yeah, so I didn't get to participate in the hippification of the world. But 1968 was a change of paradigm, right? Remember that? A real change of paradigm after the roaring 50s. And now we have this, right? 2021, the change of paradigm. The shaking up of the world, literally. Lockdown, quarantines. And now we're coming out of this, and here's the thing that's happening as we're coming out of this. There's a rebound coming, okay? We're going to live with COVID for quite some time, with the masks and the vaccinations. But there's a bit of a rebound that you can feel now. And the COVID crisis is allowing us to reset. It's allowing us to think about the world in different things, in different ways. And when we look at the reset, it's really kind of saying, okay, we're not going to go back to normal. We're going back to restaurants, we're going back to flying maybe, we're going back here, right? But we're thinking different. The thinking has changed. And you know what the thinking is? We have to be prepared, we have to trust in science, we have to collaborate, right? And we can only solve our problems together on a global level. So we're entering this kind of really strange golden era, like after World War II, but totally confusing. So we're resetting energy, we're resetting healthcare, we're resetting geopolitics. This is all happening now in the next 10 years. Right? The next 10 years will bring more change than the previous 100 years. Not just because of technology, because it's just the time when everything comes together. And that's going to be a wild experience as the world that we know it is kind of being shaken up. Think about the shake-up, right? Tourism, total shake-up. Airlines, total shake-up. Economics, gas and oil industry, banking. I mean, I was in the music business. There was a complete shake-up in the music business. People stopped buying records and download for free on the internet. And now, what do we have? A renaissance. Do you know how many people are paying for music now? 10 years ago, everybody said nobody's going to pay for music. Today, 160 million people pay 10 euros a month for Spotify and Apple and many. You know, that's getting close to the original revenue of the music business. Mind-boggling change. But here's something that we have to remember. Business as usual isn't coming back. It's dead or dying. If you think that whatever your industry is going to be the same in 10 years, that is really, really, really unlikely. Right? 10 years ago, I sold research reports. I would write an intellectual property, right, and I would sell it for 10,000 euros a copy. And we sold them. Today, if you want research, you go to Google Trends. Or you go to IBM Watson. And there's, what's the future of the Basque Country? IBM Watson can give you an answer based on logic. The car industry. 10 years ago, I would buy a car, it would be 150,000 euros for a fancy car. 3 years later, worth 50,000. Right? Today, the future of the car is not to have a car. Right? To share it, to lease it, to rent it, to subscribe. Very soon we're going to have a subscription for cars like Spotify. Porsche and BMW are already working on this. So you pay a monthly fee and you can go get any car you want, including a scooter or maybe a helicopter. Think about what that would mean for the car industry. So don't expect the future to be the same. It isn't. We're leaping into the future with exponential pace and speed. And this is why we have to define good. What is a good future? Most of you would agree that good means not starving, personal freedom, right to have a family, self-expression, basic stuff, right? Not 2 houses or a car or, basic stuff. So I made a movie about this, and in the process of making the movie in beautiful Lanzarote, Spain, maybe next time I'll make it in the Basque Country. It's called The Good Future, and you can watch it on thegoodfuturefilm.com. But 3 points came out of this. First, 3 tickets to the future, and 3 tickets, I think, to the Basque future as well. First, digitization, technology. Well, that's obvious, right? This is an old hat, right? But obvious, but still a lot of work. The second one, total decarbonization. Getting out of the fossil fuel industry, we're talking about a 100-year history here, right? The fossil fuel history. We're talking about $50 trillion worth of sunk costs. This is the biggest thing in our lifetime as we're shifting to renewable energy. The other one is reformation. We're going to have to rethink what kind of logic do we want. Even the richest person on the planet, which would be Elon Musk, can't live in peace when everything else is going to pieces. If we have system collapse because of the environment or because of social unrest, you can make as much money as you want. Won't matter, unless you can go to Mars, which I think Elon wants to do. So, reformation, let's talk about technology digitization. So, to start this off, the first one is really we are entering the age of science fiction. I mean, not only I get music on the internet anytime I want, I make free phone calls, I call a taxi with my app, right? I buy food on the internet. Right? It's basically all the stuff like Amazon, for example, has now a robot. It's selling already in the US with a tablet on top that acts kind of like a babysitter. Right? You probably wouldn't buy that, and I live in Switzerland, we probably wouldn't buy it, but robots are everywhere now, serving people. Zuckerberg from Facebook just launched a virtual reality room, right, called the VR Work, where you're inside of the work, and this is not Zoom, right? This is like Zoom times 1,000, right? We zoom in a little bit. You can hold virtual meetings in there with an avatar. Imagine what would happen if that becomes normal. Would that be good or bad? And would Facebook then really own the world? The bottom line is we're in the phase of exponential change. And the funny thing about exponential is if you're counting 1, 2, 3 linear, it's almost the same than 1, 2, 4. But after 4, it's a real takeoff. We're here now, right? We're quite clearly, whoop, no clicker, okay, fine. We're at that point where it takes off completely into a new world. If you take 30 steps linearly, right, you get to 30, you get outside the room. 30 steps exponential, 26 times around the world. So as we're sitting here today, we're at 4. 18 months, Moore's law, Metcalfe's law, roughly 8. 16, 32, 64, 128, and so on, 256 in 10 years. So our world is going to be 80x as far as today. Your kids in 20 years, the world is 1 billion x. Hard to imagine. So this is what we have to do. We have to enjoy the present. We have to respect the past. And we have to imagine the future. If you cannot imagine the future will hit you flat before you know it, because the future isn't far away. The future isn't science fiction. Look at this curve, right? We're living in the biggest time of technological innovation in the history of mankind. I mean, all the stuff, robotics, genome sequencing. I mean, I could fill the whole room by just putting a note on each seat of all the things that are happening. And look at this chart, right? It's basically showing us that everything with technology is becoming cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Right? The great cost reduction. Genome sequencing, to have your genome done, was $1 million, went to $100,000, now it's $800. Very soon it'll be $50 and $10. And in 10 years, I can do it on my wristwatch in 10 seconds before I have a date to make sure that we're compatible. Sounds like science fiction? No. All that stuff, this is driving all of our progress, and sometimes too much. The iPhone I have here, right, this is the latest iPhone, has more computing power than the machines that brought Americans to the moon. And it's not that long ago. Imagine in 10 years, this machine has the power of essentially any mainframe computer in any facility in the world, in the cloud, of course. So here, for example, is 3D printing. We talked about 3D printing for a long time. This is in Austin, Texas. This entire house is printed in 2 days with a giant machine. It's quite commonplace, by the way, in China. Right? Is it ugly? Yes, it's ugly. Right? But it's a house, right? We think about that for a second. And this concrete is recyclable. I mean, if you're in the construction business in this country, right, you got to think about that. You're going to buy a 3D printer and not actually have a person making the walls, right? I mean, we're moving into a future where basically it is the framework of our lives that's changing. Alvin Toffler, one of my favorite futurists, he talked about this a lot in a book called Future Shock. And now we're getting a future shock every day. Basically, all we have to do is open the web browser. Right? So here we have, big data, cloud computing, all the things that you know about. I call them the game changers. And they're all coming together. So it's not just that I have faster computers or more data. It's all of those things. Let me give you some examples. Right? First, data is the new oil. You probably heard this 20 years ago, right? But the power of the world is data today. Right? And that's not new, but it's extreme now. Who's the most powerful person in the world? It's not the president of any country, it's Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg, 3.4 billion users. Right? He runs the world. He has more data than the NSA. Or maybe the NSA has his data, I don't know. But data in cloud, the Internet of Things, right along with this, artificial intelligence, I'll explain in a second, is the new electricity, the power. Because you can have as much data as you want. A human cannot possibly go through all their trillion data in a second, right? But a machine can. And let's make no mistake about this, these machines are as dumb as a toaster, as far as humans are concerned. They're not intelligent. They're essentially what I call intelligent assistants, like Google Maps. You guys all use Google Maps, but if you use Google Maps here in Bilbao, where your home is maybe, you question it, right? You said, no, it can't be true. It's not human. It's good, but it's not human. But this is happening everywhere. And the other thing is that voice control is now becoming normal. Very soon we won't be typing. I'll just say on my computer, hey, please, do this for me. I went to see IBM Watson the other day, before the pandemic, and I sat in a chair and I spoke to the machine. I said, what's the future of Switzerland? And was speaking to me in a voice. I could pick a voice. I choose Tom Cruise's voice. You know, he spoke to me in Tom Cruise's voice. Right? Voice control is coming. And virtuality. I mean, Apple is working on this. Everybody's working on this. Very soon we can see here in regular glasses all of your little social media posts on top of your face, right? That would be a terrible idea. Anyway, that's going to come. And here's the main thing about this, right? How are we going to stay human? You know, humans are not machines. They believe that humans are machines. Yuval Harari says, Homo Deus, you may have read his book, organisms are algorithms. Everything you feel is a consequence of a scientific reaction. I doubt it. I'm not religious or anything. I'm just saying that seems unlikely to me, because humans really are all about relationships and feelings and emotions. So the more we connect, the more we have to protect what makes us human. Because if we don't, we're going to end up in a place where the machine is simulating everything. Your husband, your wife, your work, your cloud, your music. Right? Netflix tells you what to watch, and some other app tells you who to marry. Right? That's not far-fetched. Right? There's an app in India called the BetterHalf.ai that does exactly this. Arranges a marriage through an AI. So, as we go into that future, we're going to the future where everything is getting connected. Transportation, cruise ships, robots. Right? So when we look there, we have to say, well, for example, healthcare. Connected healthcare, I mean, you guys are very busy in healthcare in this country. Healthcare is converging with technology. I mean, think about that for a second. If you take a cholesterol pill, a statin, or a blood pressure pill, most people do, that's like 400 million people. The future is technology analyzing, regulating, changing your lifestyle, using remote telemedicine. Look at the growth curve here. This is the next big thing, right, for healthcare. And clearly that's the principle of technology, right? Exponential and converging. And no matter what you think about protecting your turf, industries are converging. Everything is converging with technology. Pretty much everything. And there again, how are we going to make sure our healthcare data is protected? Would you put your DNA in the cloud if the company can use it to generate some other experiment? No. So there has to be a balance, right? That's what governments are for, of course. So ultimately, this chart shows you everything that's happening in this convergence already. So less invasive diagnostics, patient-facing mobile apps, and it's a whole slew of things. Total reinvention of healthcare, pharma, medical, in the next 10 years. That's a gigantic opportunity, and now, of course, with the pandemic, it's being turbo-driven. Lots of money going into the sector. 5 multi-trillion-dollar innovation platforms all around us. The blockchain, immunotherapy, genome sequencing, 3D printing. Many of the sectors that you guys are working on, they're in this turf, right? And this is now all taken off because we're now on this huge segment of change. And the 4th industrial revolution. I mean, here you have many businesses in the area of mechanical computing and engineering and so on, and metal machines and so on. And now we're moving to the next level, the Industry 4.0, and of course, even more important, Industry 5.0, which is using intelligent machines, AI. So very, very big change here that's coming. Let's move to part 2, decarbonization, which means not to use fossil fuels. And this, of course, is now vastly influenced by the discussions in Glasgow, but COVID-19 is essentially a test run for climate change. All the stuff we have to do and had to do, that we hate to do, and we got used to now, right? Just wait for climate change times 100x. The good news, of course, climate change and decarbonization is a business, right? To change that, to change how we use energy. But this is really what's happening. People are now willing, looking at this chart, the upper part of this, not giving me this. The red line is we're making a lot more money, we're being more efficient, there's more money in the market, but the natural capital, the blue line, dying. How much more money do we need to make to figure out that we're essentially bankrupting ourselves in 30 years? And this is not propaganda anymore. Everybody knows this. So we're making lots of money, but it's going in the wrong places. So really what's happening here is that with this idea, for example, of ESG investing, right? Environmental, sustainable, governmental investing, has to be turned upside down. It's not actually doing much to help that problem. Right? It's doing a little bit something. Right? But let's be real. Right? If we want to really do something, we have to fund primary markets in those places. Fund things that really turn things around. So here's our problem. Profit and growth, it's a good thing, right? But too much of it has brought us here. Right? Dramatic increase of CO2. And now, of course, all the Asian countries want to do the same, and we can't tell them not to. It doesn't matter what you do here in overall proportions. It does matter, but climate anxiety. Kids are freaking out, right? Sad, afraid, anxious, angry. And here on this agenda from the World Economic Forum, Global Risk Report, all of the major concerns around the world have to do with climate and pollution. All of them, all the green ones here. That's what we've done with our focus only on one thing, the Milton Friedman agenda. Right? And I'm not against profit and growth, of course, and we have to have growth. You know, I don't think we can have a degrowth agenda. Right? But if you look at this chart, 40 years from now, if it goes on like this, 3.5 degrees global warming, the entire middle part of the world will be uninhabitable. We're talking between 500 million to 800 million climate refugees, and guess where they're coming? To Spain. Right? Spain is a pretty light spot for the climate change. And of course to where I live in Switzerland as well. Right? They're all moving north. Right? I mean, think about that for a second. Right? And then we have the other scale, the positive scale. It's getting more and more expensive to bring the oil and gas out. Look at the cost of oil and gas. That's why we have the crisis right now. Right? As opposed to renewable energy, which is getting cheaper and cheaper to make. So bottom line is this. The grave. Just kidding. It's the end of oil and gas as we know it. It's coming. And we talked about that for a long time. And now it's quite clear, yes, well, it's the end doesn't mean next year or 5 years, but it doesn't mean 50 years. My estimate is 8 to 10 years, right, until it becomes basically no longer a business. So sustainable everything is no longer just a sort of sport or an ideology. Huh? It's our business plan. Let's not forget this for a second. Right? It's not about a green agenda or any of those things as it was 10 years ago. It's not even about survival. It's a business plan. Right? That also covers our survival, of course. Right? So this revolution is here. And no matter what you think about Glasgow, and it's kind of depressing, you know, pessimistic view that not much real big deals are being announced quite yet. Right? This curve, big blue, technology, not IBM, right? And big green, that's the ticket. That's the ticket for the region, too. That's what everybody's going to invest in. That's what everybody is going to want. There's a warp drive effect of this as we move into this future. For example, climate tech. Larry Fink, the biggest investor in the world from BlackRock, said the next 100 unicorns, billion-dollar companies, will all be in climate tech. Look at the curve here. It's all here. 2 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years. It's all happening right now. This is the bottom line. Green is the new digital. Don't be chasing just digital transformation. Right? This is now actually together with Big Blue, Big Green is the next big thing that's happening. Vertical farming, vastly expensive. Right now, this is the future. Every city in the world will have a high-rise without the woman, with just robots, and the meat will be done in a lab. I know it sounds crazy. Right? Cultured meat, Bill Gates has invested, Richard Branson has invested, novel vegan meat replacement. I tasted it 3 years ago at a food exhibit, and it tasted fine. I mean, I'm not a meat lover, but the future is going to be vegetarian. Vegetarian in the sense of the meat is not from a cow, but it's from a farm that is grown in a lab. Oh, it sounds crazy, huh? But this is happening. So, here's the chart I got from the organizers about the business that's happening right here in the Basque Country. You see here, road vehicles, iron, steel. You're familiar with those stats. Now we take those 2 points, digitization, that's complete change of every piece of this food chain. And the second one, decarbonization. Anything you do with the car, huge shifts coming up. Do you need clutches, machines, transmissions for electric cars? You don't. That's software. Tens of thousands of Germans are unemployed as a result because they used to make transmissions and clutches. Right? And now this is going to become vastly overshadowing everything. It's time to make that shift now and to lead the industry there. So I'll have to skip this part because I'm running a little bit short here, so I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on my 4 slides later. I'll share the slides with you later so you can take a look. But basically what's happening now is that we're reforming what we want to do, period. Okay, reforming also the economic thinking. And of course, in Europe, we've for a long time had this kind of, social capitalism. And now this question is here. We are at a fork in the road moment. Buckminster Fuller, famous futurist, said that 60 years ago, but we're finally there. The next 10 years will decide our future, period. With climate change, with technology, with governance, with capitalism, equality. Of course, the really big deal with that is this, right? Is technology. Technology can be a gift. I'm sure we agree. When we use it too much, it can be a bomb. It's like alcohol, cigarettes, eating, right? You ever heard of digital obesity, to be digitally fat? Right? So you eat too much information, you explode. This is what happens with kids on Instagram. Girls look at all these fancy girls all around the world and they feel depressed about themselves. This is real, right? So at this moment, we are right here, and Mark Zuckerberg, in his last show, tells us about this thing he calls the metaverse, which is a virtual environment for working. You got to watch it on YouTube. It's so funny that you would, if you live in Europe, you're looking at this and saying, oh, this guy's from the moon, or from Mars, or, even alien of a sort, right? So that is the dehumanization of technology, right? When we use it too much, it's toxic. Facebook, for example, has gone from being a good tool to being essentially a poison. And this is the kind of thing that we have to keep in mind as this effect is a domino effect, right? We're moving into this future and looking at this, okay, first COVID, then climate change, and then the economic logic. And you have to be a leader in all three to have a good future, to think about where we're going, what we want from this. Because stuff like this, the carbon tax, nobody likes taxes, let's be fair, right? We're going to have carbon tax for flying every time we get on the airplane, for eating meat, never mind for having a car, everything. And we're going to raise hundreds of trillions with a corporate tax that has just been approved by the G20 and this to address our most urgent problems. And this is coming. It's a huge struggle, but basically this idea of what was once unthinkable, right, was unthinkable that you would sit there with your mask on, or wash your hands every 2 minutes, and now it's normal. Right? Unthinkable is the new normal. So we better think a little bit quicker about the future as these new paradigms are happening. We're shifting from this idea of profit and growth as the only thing that matters to this new paradigm. Right? People, whoops, sorry, a little bit too fast here on this one. People, planet, purpose, and prosperity. Right? A shift to a new world. That's our ticket to the future. And now there are stock markets that have worked this already. And we're moving to a world where lots of discussions are happening, like the Pandora Papers and the Business Roundtable discussions. And everybody's saying we should have a larger story than just monetizing, right? Because it's not working. I mean, let's be honest. I think capitalism as we know it is unfit for the future. Because the future has other challenges. We have to adapt it to be, as Al Gore once said, sustainable capitalism. Maybe that's an oxymoron, I don't know. But basically, this is the ticket for us. First, collaboration. I know this country is very heavy on international collaboration. That is the ticket. Multilateralism, collaboration, solving problems together, and this is the ticket for us in general, of course. I know this is a really tough thing for many of us, especially for a Swiss guy. I'm Swiss and German. The United States of Europe. This is what we're becoming. Is it ideal? No. Is it a ticket? Absolutely. It is the collaboration that's going to make us strong between the US and China, because let's face the other reality that we have is this. Right? We are the collective Europeans, the social capitalists. They are the Americans and the Chinese. Well, I'm not going to talk about China. That would take the rest of the day. Right? Leave that to the next panel. So, and the other thing that's happening, great news for all women in the room, women are taking over. I really do believe that what we're looking at in the future, these are already the countries that have women leaders. Right? New Zealand, Taiwan, Nepal, Sweden, Germany now, the second in command, likely to be a woman, until second command in the US takes over. Right? It's happening everywhere. So the bottom line is this: we have to now think a little bit further as we think about technology with something called ethics. Right? Technology drives our lives, but ethics defines it. Our values, not religion, that's different. Right? Our values, our ethics, and ethics is knowing the difference between what you have the right to do and the power to do and what is the right thing to do. Thinking again about Facebook, right? He has every right to do what he's doing with the data that you give him. Right? It's not criminal, but it's unethical. Right? And this is something we have to keep an eye on. It may not be criminally wrong. We may be entitled, but it's still wrong. Right? And that is the future that we have to think about. Because here's the thing about technology. Technology doesn't have ethics. It doesn't care what your concerns are, what you tried to say, what you meant to say, what you're feeling. Algorithms know the logic of everything, but the feeling of nothing. We don't want our lives to be run by algorithms. They will never understand what it means to be human. They can tell us the way on Google Maps or what to buy. It's a very important point. So I'm going to wrap up now because I think I'm a little bit over time already. So what now? When you listen to a futurist, this is always the question. That's been nice, but what do we do now? First, we need to look at the future in the positive way. Buckminster Fuller once said, as we see the future, so we act. As we act, so we become. You think of the future as being bad, it will turn out bad for you. It's like a relationship. You look at your husband and say, oh, no, it's going to turn out bad. It will become bad, right? It is the thing that we think about it. And then we have to stop asking the stupid question, what will the future bring? The future isn't fixed. The future isn't made in Silicon Valley or in China. We make the future. Every day we decide on something, we create the future. This is the real question we have to ask. What kind of future do we want for our children? For ourselves, for our grandchildren, for our country. Because we can have different futures. We have to make choices. And let's stop looking at the past. The past is interesting. I study it a lot. Right? But in Europe, we're obsessed with the thing about saying it has to be like it was. No, it's not. There is no chance anywhere for the future to be like it is today. It's not. We have to make the future a priority. The future is no longer about tomorrow. It's not a time frame. It's a mindset. And, I've looked around here in the Basque Country. There's quite a few places that say that they anticipate the future. Yeah? I think this is the right strategy. Like this one, I can't pronounce it, Gipuzkoa. Right? Found that by Googling future in Basque Country. It was quite interesting diversion. So, the future mindset is this. We live in a very complex world. It's not going to change. We're not going back to a simple world. We're not going back. No, we're not. And we're not going to go back to a world without technology. So, we need a future mindset. That's the future mindset. Okay. Pay attention. It's like, if you have kids, you know what I'm talking about, right? This is not reading a research report. This is like really paying attention and understanding. Jeff Bezos, the most successful businessman ever, really, in terms of e-commerce. Right? He said he reads everything, he does focus group studies. In the end, he decides with his guts, imagination, and intuition. That's what we do because we're human, right? We're not machines. And that is a very big difference. So 3 points on the future mindset that I mentioned earlier. That's the one to focus on. So Bill Gates says 5-hour rule a week. I say 7-hour rule, 1 hour in the future every day. Reading books, mostly. Getting tuned up. I guarantee you, you spend 45 minutes to an hour every day on things that are not already here, you'll be vastly ahead in 2 years. And your job and your family and your life will benefit from it. David Bowie, one of the wisest men around in the music business and also in technology, he said this: the future belongs to those that can hear it coming. And this is really something that you have to do right here, especially as a small area and a small place. Thinking internationally, right? The future belongs to those that can hear it coming. A final quote from my book. Right? Today, our biggest problem is not that machines are taken over. That could be a problem in 20 or 30 years. Different story. Today, our biggest problem is that we become too much like them. Right? We think of the customer as a machine, ourselves as a machine. Right? So my last word on this is that we should embrace technology, but not become technology. Thanks very much, and I wish you a good future. Luce eta oparo piti. Thank you.
The great transformation.
Thank you.
The great transformation. Dankeschön, Gerd Leonhard. Thank you. It's obvious from the logistics of our next presentation that the future is now. Today, nobody thinks about a remote presentation at a live conference. But just how long ago did this become the normal? Well, our next 2 presenters will join us online with diverse perspectives of a look at where the world is heading, the world in review, COVID-19, post-COVID-19 scenario. First, I believe, with our connections, we'll hear from Craig Calhoun, professor of social sciences at Arizona State University and former director of the London School of Economics. Over to you, Craig, and then we'll hear from Linda Yuen. Over to you. Thank you very much.
It's terrific to almost be with you. This is not just a new technology for the future. It's a new technology that has been pressed on us because of the COVID pandemic. So it's appropriate that we have this remote connection in the context of a pandemic which has caused us over and over again to have remote connections, whether that was what we wanted or not. And I wanted to be physically with you in Bilbao for this event, but alas, it turned out to be impossible for travel. But let's turn to the pandemic itself, not just to this result of it. The pandemic did not disrupt a stable social order. We talk about returning to normal as though we were normal before. But the pandemic disrupted an already unstable world, undergoing a great transformation. Let me build on that phrase from the previous speaker, who is absolutely correct to say the future is happening as we speak, but that we have opportunities to shape it. This great transformation is also a phrase used by Karl Polanyi to describe the era of the Industrial Revolution and the rise of modern capitalism and market society from the late 18th to the early 20th centuries. This did not lead neatly and automatically to modern combinations of capitalism, democracy, and the institutions of welfare states. If there had been futurists, and there almost were, in 1800, they would not have said, this is the clear direction in which everything is heading. The Great Transformation led in that era first to domestic conflicts and revolutions, to imperialism abroad, to the rise of fascism, and to 2 world wars. The destabilization of an old order did not, in fact, dictate how a new order would be put together, or even if one would. And this is our situation again. During the last 50 years or so, we have been undergoing a new great transformation. I say undergoing because we often experience this as though it were simply happening to us, but we have been making it happen. We have been buying the products, we have been using the technologies. We are part of this, though none of us individually, not even Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or other such figures, is able to control the whole of the great transformation. Globalization and new technologies have been the most visible face of this disruptive transformation. Globalization appeared in several different guises. Of course, in trade, as we had a substantial increase in the flows of trade and also of investment globally. It appeared in media. It appeared in the form of migration, right? So globalization is several different factors that changed our lives and our countries. And I specifically said over the last 50 years. Now, obviously, in some ways, globalization is hundreds of years old. And in some ways, it has continued to accelerate more rapidly recently. But this 50-year period is meaningful. The 1970s marked an important transition in the way in which the world organized its relations. This isn't a talk about that history, but let me stress that pivotal decade. We saw a change in many things, including in the way in which Spain and the Basque Country both were integrated into the global order, but also a shift in the role of finance, a shift in the role of global trade, a shift in the technology world. We can note that companies like Apple date from this period. We can note that the sovereign wealth funds date from this period, and the enormous power of the energy industry in our lives, and the challenges that we now face also as climate change, all have roots in changes in this period. The technology that has created the new transformation has also many faces. It includes computing power. And when new technologies appeared, they appeared often first in the guise of microelectronics, of shrinking the physical size of computers and multiplying their power. But it quickly appeared that one of the most important things that these computers did was communications. We built the internet and a host of other transformations in communications. Consumer products are part of this. from our smartphones and watches through to a host of other consumer goods driven in large part by this microelectronic technology, sometimes now held up by shortages of chips. But there was also transformation of production. It wasn't just consumer products. It was substantial automation and other changes in the nature of productive employment and productive work. And it was surveillance. We have entered a society in which we have data generated by almost every transaction we make. If we use a credit card or if we purchase something online, we are generating masses of data. So a company like Amazon is partly a logistics company that ships goods around countries and around the world. It's partly a retailer that sells goods to consumers, but it is very largely a data company that acquires data and uses that data to advance its business, and that builds the capacity to manage data so that one of the largest and most profitable businesses of Amazon is in fact providing data storage capacity to others in the cloud and in physical sites. Now, all of this data can make for great convenience. Amazon or other online retailers can suggest things we want to buy, tracking us by our previous purchases. But it also makes for ubiquitous surveillance. And when we think of surveillance, we need to think not only of state surveillance, the idea that governments are monitoring us, but of this kind of surveillance capitalism, that we are constantly divulging our data, whether we know it or not, whether we make an active choice about it or not, to a range of potential forms of surveillance. These can be important in the context of COVID as we try to track. But let me finish saying something about the transformation. It's also a transformation of finance, transformation in some parts of ideology with the rise of so-called neoliberalism, a new emphasis on the freedom of property, and the erosion of a social support system. So it brought new inequality, new volatility, and new vulnerability to crisis to the world, even before the pandemic became the crisis of the moment. Though the US was the leader in innovation, ultimately this also called its hegemony in the modern world system into question. The collapse of the USSR, the Soviet Union, removed a rival, but also a reason for the other Western countries to fall in line with the US seeking security. The rise of financial capitalism had sources like OPEC, and I already mentioned the petroleum revolution, and consequences like deindustrialization. Global overreach was an increasing challenge for the US. The US began to pay attention not just to its global power, but to how expensive that global power was in the context of the Vietnam War, where the credit helped lead the US to withdraw from the Bretton Woods Agreement and the gold standard. This struggle for hegemony that had been the basis for earlier world wars now began to take the form of a conflict with China. And it was into this context that the coronavirus pandemic came. Conflicts between China and the US didn't start with COVID and aren't mainly about COVID. There are domestic stories in both the US and China, and there are missed opportunities for better cooperation. So we can't quite understand the conflict just as external relations, right? Governments changed, society changed in each context, and the ambitions and hopes of each country changed. We'll hear more about this when Linda speaks in a moment. But now there is a geopolitics, one belt, one road, the US idea of blue dot and a competing infrastructure and finance system, complicated by a variety of secondary powers and their projects, and by other sectors of alliance, energy producers, Islam. There are all these major challenges in the world: financial stability, tax evasion and manipulation, new weapons systems, climate change, cyber warfare and drones being the leaders of new weapon changes, but also linked to the ways in which we are all globally connected. We are connected in transportation, production, markets, investments, and a virus thrives on connections. COVID had escaped China. The coronavirus had escaped China on international air flights even before it reached other parts of China or was fully visible in Wuhan. Wuhan is an industrial center with dramatic global connections, and flights were carrying the virus out almost immediately. China may have exacerbated problems when it inhibited open investigation and early action, but China also had the capacity to act with force to block domestic spread of the disease. COVID spread fastest in many of the world's richest and most open societies, partly because it relies on connections. The US has been a world leader in COVID, not only because of problems in its policy, but because of its dramatic level of dynamic connection. And this is true of Europe as well. And Europe has seen a new surge now when it opens up to more dynamism and connection. And this is the paradox we have to live with. COVID is a public health challenge. Western countries were slow to mobilize, some undercut by weak public health capacities, like the US, where there was a long-standing weakness in public health and insurance regimes, but also where the Centers for Disease Control were 700 staff members short because of defunding under the Trump presidency, which said we need to cut back on government. Well, government and public health support. Then the response to the pandemic had to rely on very blunt instruments like lockdowns and travel bans. And this made COVID into a disease, from a disease that thrived on commerce into an enemy of commerce, right? COVID became the source of a recession, right? It also made the responses to COVID into what many people regarded as blockages on personal freedom. Mask mandates, for example, positioned the state as an enemy of personal freedom and produced rebellions to necessary public health measures. And this is in a context already fraught because of populist mobilizations. Social distancing was enormously disruptive of social life. Now, happily, government investment helped medical science create vaccines in record time, but these confronted large-scale suspicion. There was an earlier anti-vaccine mobilization that they built on, but distrust of governance and media and science was basic. The vaccines were also hoarded by rich countries. The government contracts that provided public subsidies to the vaccine makers did not anticipate and preclude restrictions and high prices becoming obstacles to sharing the vaccines widely. And we've acted ineffectively to try to ensure wider access. And this is a problem not only for those who are left without vaccines, but for all of us, because it means the vaccine has more chance to mutate in other settings. COVID has become a global geopolitical and economic challenge. In the abstract or in Hollywood movies, one might have expected that when we face a threat together, this would bring us all together. But in fact, it has encouraged greater nationalism. It has encouraged more than a little macho swaggering. The best leaders in the context of the COVID have mostly been women. Men have been too prone to want to blame each other and to act with belligerence rather than care. All of this bodes ill for the future for other challenges like climate change. And it became an additional stress on the EU on top of Brexit, migration, fiscal issues, and cultural clashes. The response to COVID helped precipitate a global recession. Ironically, there was a boom in asset markets, that is, in returns to wealth in stock markets and elsewhere, which did very well even while employment suffered, and this brought new kinds of inequality. We now see exacerbation in global supply chains, disruptions in global supply chains that exacerbate the recession caused by COVID and affect all kinds of markets. I wanted to print out a copy of this talk. I found my printer didn't work. I went to buy a new printer. I was told that it would be 12 weeks until one arrived because of the supply chain disruption. Even Amazon, that fantastic logistics operation, gets disrupted by these supply chain challenges. And these produce environmental consequences as cargo ships back up outside ports. This is partly due to labor shortages, like a shortage of truck drivers. It's worth remembering that in the 14th century, the Black Death precipitated a boom in wages and innovation. It helped to bring modernity because of a labor shortage that led, on the one hand, to higher wages for workers, and on the other hand, to a stronger incentive for capitalists to innovate in production, organization, and technology to compensate for the higher pay of workers. We face long-term changes. Restructuring of logistics and retail markets has brought many painful closures, undercut local shopping in a variety of areas, changed businesses dramatically. Major gains have come to certain tech companies, very disproportionately, the large and dominant ones, and now there are fights over taxing them. The recession extends even to China, though COVID itself is relatively minor there. And finally, COVID is not nearly over. Incomplete vaccination, as I said, creates the occasion for new variants and new surges. When only part of the population is vaccinated, even if the rest of the population is a relatively small proportion, that part that does get the disease becomes the incubator for new variants of the disease, which may be more contagious, as Delta variant was, or may render old vaccines less effective. Decisions to open travel, commerce, social gatherings, and schools are not just questions about health. They're questions about all the reasons we had in the first place to want to travel and do business and educate our children and gather. But all these decisions, like my potential flight to Bilbao, have become newly fraught, and there is every reason to think they will stay fraught, not for weeks or months, but for years. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. And now we'll hear from Linda Huet. Linda is a fellow in economics at Oxford University and adjunct professor in economics at London Business School. Linda, the digital floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join you virtually. It's actually one of the themes that Craig mentioned as well, which is technology adoption. I do think that is going to be quite an interesting part of the legacy of what we've been through collectively over the past 2 years. But I've been asked to focus on really the scenario between the EU, China, US, China. So in other words, what does this geopolitical, geoeconomic landscape look like post-COVID? And I would echo something that Craig mentioned, which is what I'm describing existed before the pandemic, but there are aspects of the pandemic which has accelerated some of those trends or tensions. So I'm going to actually start with an example around screening of foreign direct investment. So it had been mooted for some time that perhaps the EU, the US already does it, would screen foreign direct investment more in a coordinated fashion. Now, China itself has always screened foreign direct investment, but again, the tensions that I'm going to describe, I think, are captured by these two sets of screenings, which are relatively recent, that come from the EU and from China. So I'm going to use this to illustrate what I'm describing in this geo-economically fraught world. So for the EU, the European Commission proposes screening on the basis of technologies, infrastructure, inputs, or sensitive information. And that is similar to what the United States does. But they also will screen for ownership, as in, is it foreign investment that's come from a state-owned or state-controlled company or entity? And even though the EU screening only mentions third countries and not any country, i.e. China in particular, quite a lot of this is geared not just at China. Of course, there are other countries where you do have state-owned companies that are multinational players. But there is this sense of leveling the playing field, as it were, because China, as I said, has always screened. However, in return, China recently has also strengthened its foreign direct investment screening for investments into China. So the Chinese list of screens are key agricultural products, key energy and resources, key major equipment and manufacturing, key infrastructure, key transportation services, key cultural products and services, key information technology, internet products and services, key financial services, key technology, and other key sectors. So it's hard to see what isn't included in that. And also, unfortunately, what is key isn't defined. But that's a very broad sweep and almost quite a big shift from where China had gone before in terms of screening. So I mentioned they've always screened, but before the recent tensions of the past few years, China had moved to a negative list for FDI. So in other words, it was much more permissive. There was only certain sectors that was scrutinized. And I think that captures the world we are in today. So, oh, by the way, China doesn't have a screen for state ownership, but I think you wouldn't expect that they would. But I think the restrictions on investment are a mirror of the restrictions in trade that we've seen in the US-China trade war. And with COVID, we've seen all these major economies impose restrictions on exports of, for instance, of PPE, of protective equipment. So what the pandemic has done is accelerated, and of course, some of these restrictions were in the height of the pandemic, but it's accelerated the sense that there's fragility in supply chains, and that I think is now compounding this trend of already treating economic linkages like foreign direct investment as not separate from, but actually integrated with foreign policy, security, and other issues. So stepping back, that's indeed the world that we were already living in, and it just became more apparent as countries started to restrict trade during the pandemic. It's a world of great power competition, notably between the US and China. It's a world where economics is intertwined with foreign policy issues. So if you look at, for instance, the G7 communique, the focus on supply chain resilience, which is something that's going to be discussed more and more, is this screen that the G7 is proposing, which goes beyond just the kind of screenings that I'm describing in terms of sectors, but as a much more general, is the supply chain resilient? Does it serve our national security and intelligence and other foreign policy aims? So this conflation of economic with non-economic issues is something that we see beyond the major economies as well. So for instance, South Korea and Japan are also in a trade war, but it doesn't have very much to do with trade. It has to do with political disagreements, historical grievances. We've also seen the EU and Switzerland using, for instance, the listing, the access of Swiss firms as part of a negotiation over with free movement of people. So in general, this trend, using a slightly more provocative term, is a weaponization of trade, where you're using economic tools, and China as Australia is another example, to achieve non-economic aims. So in a world in which countries are increasingly competing, in a world in which there's a feeling that state ownership, notably China, does not create a level playing field for Western economies, the scenario that I'm describing is one in which you will see connecting what in the 20th century would have been a trade decision or investment decision to a broader political consideration. The consequence of this competition, the consequence of putting political aims alongside economic aims, is that it probably will lead to greater fragmentation, not just in supply chains, but in terms of global standards around the world. So, for instance, in a lot of the drivers of the 21st century world, I mentioned at the start of my talk, technology, which has accelerated. I'm speaking to you via a virtual platform, and all of us have used technologies for virtual meetings. This technology, although it's pervasive, these sorts of digital technologies, as well as exports of services and data, they're not well governed by global rules. And the fight over who sets global tech standards, that is it's another part of the scenario that I think we will have to be aware of. So, simplifying massively, although this was told to me by a data expert, is that in China, the state owns your data. In the United States, companies own your data. And in the EU, we individuals in Europe own our data. So that means it was hard anyways, because of different national standards, to agree a global standard. But when you add on top of that competition and foreign policy aims, then it becomes even harder to see how you can have global rules agreed by the US, by China, and by the EU. So a fragmentation in areas where we actually very much need global rules, I think it's going to be with us for some time. And actually, Craig mentioned the Belt and Road, China's investment in infrastructure, which includes their digital standards embedded in the infrastructure across Southeast Asia, East Africa, going into the Balkans and that region of Europe. The G7, and this was a US initiative, has pushed for something called a Build Back Better World, which is $40 trillion they want to see G7 and advanced economies invest in the developing world as a counter to the Belt and Road. So that is another example of where you can see not just fragmentation, but actual tensions around influence in this era. But then finally, what the pandemic has also shown us is that global public goods, public health, and the environment are very much in crisis and in need of global cooperation. So even though you have this fierce competition in all the ways that I've outlined, there's also a great need to cooperate in areas like the environment and health, where it will be critical to do so in order for us to preserve our planet, preserve our health, and preserve these global public goods. So it's not a one-sided view of how these tensions might, it's not just about competition. The other side of it is there are areas in which there are shared interests and there's a need to cooperate. So I think the challenge for all of us is maneuvering in this fragmented world and looking for opportunities and really pushing for cooperation in the areas that are most needed. So to conclude, the post-COVID world scenario does actually look an awful lot like what it was before COVID, but perhaps with one major difference, which is the public health pandemic has really stressed that even with all these tensions, we really do have to find ways to cooperate between the major economies. And so I do hope that will become the dominant scenario in the post-COVID world. As I conclude my contribution to this terrific conference, an interesting set of talks on the world in review.
Thank you, Linda Huey and Craig Calhoun, once again. Interesting perspectives. What I love about such perspectives is maybe not choosing one over the other, but just opening my mind, which is what I'm sure many of you are doing today, and form our own look at where our world is heading. We're at Mundira Begida 2021 here at the Euskalduna Conference Center in the heart of the Basque Country, Bilbao. Please. Thank you. And now a panel. Global Economic Outlook, Stranger Economics. Moderating the panel will be Martin Wolf. Martin is Associate Editor and Chief Economics Commentator at the Financial Times in London. He was awarded the Commander of the British Empire in 2000 for services to financial journalism. He won the Ludwig Erhard Prize for Economic Commentary in 2009 and Commentariat of the Year at the Comment Awards. He was placed in Foreign Policy's list of the top 100 global thinkers, 15th in December 2009, and in 2010, 37th. He's won a long list of Excellence in Journalism awards, capped off by the 2019 Lifetime Achievement at the Gerhard Loeb Awards. I will leave it to Martin to introduce his illustrious panelists. The title has certainly got my attention, Global Economic Outlook, Stranger Economics. It's my honor to bring to the stage Martin Wolf and his illustrious panelists. Martin. I'm sorry?
Is Heiner going to be on the screen?
Yes, Heiner will be joining us on the screen, correct.
Okay. Would my other panelists be good enough to join me? I will introduce when we sit down. So,
Gentlemen, welcome.
sorry? You want me to sit over there? Okay. Oh, yes, because of the microphone, probably. So,
I'm here.
okay. Sorry. So it's a great pleasure to be moderating this panel for the next hour on the future or the global economic outlook. A little shorter term, I think, than some of the discussion in this fascinating opening hour. Now, I'm going to ask the organizers, they can correct me. I've been in one other panel in Spain the last couple of weeks, and I would really like to take off my mask here. Is that possible? Because I can't speak through this for an hour. I just can't do it. So I apologize, but I can't do it. So, and I hope I'm far enough away that I will do nobody any harm. I'm very happy here to be joined here by Christian Kettles over there, who is a principal associate at Harvard Business School at Harvard University, and by Andrew Sheng, who I've known for many, many years, who's a distinguished fellow at University of Hong Kong, a great expert on China and Western China relations. And finally, I've just been told that Heiner Flassbeck, whom I've also known for many years, an honorary professor at University of Hamburg, a great critic of German economic policy, is on the screen. Now, we've been given a very broad brief for our discussion. And in the end, we're going to focus on 4 issues. And the speakers will introduce these issues in the doing 1 or 2 of them. And I'm going to just introduce briefly these issues and with just a few points about them in the next few minutes. So the first one we will look at is the post-COVID recovery. What is it going to be like? And some of that was touched on in this very interesting recent discussion. The second, and I think it's appropriate given we're here in Spain, that we're going to focus specifically on economic challenges and prospects for the Eurozone. The third question we're going to look at is the future of US-China relations, specifically. And the final question is the present and future of globalization, which will take us a little further into the future, though I suspect not as far as these issues were taken in the first discussion on the future. Let me just say a little bit, very, very briefly, what I think are some of the key issues that arise in these issues. First, though, the post-COVID recovery. And I think we should be pretty humble about this. We didn't expect COVID. Those who had looked carefully, and I've done quite a bit of work, at what a pandemic like this would do, dramatically underestimated its economic significance. The cost turned out to be substantially bigger than people who'd looked at this carefully. What would another pandemic like the Spanish flu, as we call it, do? It turned out to be much worse. We have had then a surprisingly swift recovery, surprising in the sense that all the forecasts in 2020 were much worse than they've turned out to be. And when we had the recovery, we didn't expect all these bottlenecks. So we have to be pretty humble. What we do know is that it's created, and I think this has been stressed, very big divisions within our societies and even more significantly across the world economy. And global cooperation has been weak, and one of the consequences of this is the vaccination program is not a global program. That's a pretty big deal. The second big issue, as I said, the Eurozone. I think the big point is the response of the Eurozone to this crisis has clearly been dramatically different from the response to the financial crisis. The financial crisis was a deeply divisive event, which became a sort of an orgy of moralism and moralizing, and governments were divided, and the ECB, for a long period, found itself pretty well frustrated and unable to act decisively. This time, that's been very, very different. The ECB acted very aggressively, and the governments were remarkably united. And the big question is, what next? Do we go back to business as usual or something different? The third issue is, which Linda has just been talking about, US-China relations. We are quite obviously in one of the great shifts in global power relations. We have a new superpower with 4 times the population of the incumbent, an economy perhaps roughly the same size, technologically dynamic, historically and politically very, very different. And we are seeing the sort of explosion of mutual mistrust that is now frequently referred to as the Thucydides trap, following Thucydides' famous analysis of the origins of the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta. And finally, on globalization, it's been clear since the financial crisis to anyone who looked at it that the pace of globalization, that is, in real things, in goods, the rise of trade relative to world GDP, had stopped. Basically, it hadn't gone back. It wasn't like the 30s. There wasn't a huge collapse. But the unbundling of supply chains, the ever-rising integration wasn't to be seen. And a question now that US-China has arisen in such a big way, are we now on the cusp of actually a really big reversal, a really big move back to production for domestic purposes in major powers, away from integration? And how does this link, and this is, I think, fits my very final comment, how does that link with the evident reality that on the virtual side, the technologies we've all been using, Zoom and so forth, have allowed and all the other have allowed an ongoing and rapid integration of information processing, face-to-face action, what I refer to as virtual globalization, across much of the world. Though, of course, China famously or notoriously has controlled access, the relationship through the internet between its people and the rest of the world, sometimes called the Great Firewall of China, which puts it somewhat outside this. So these are the sorts of issues we're going to confront. Now, each speaker is going to speak for about 8 minutes. In the opening on one or two of these issues, and then we'll get an interplay between us, which I hope will generate a richer discussion of the complexities of where we are. So I am actually going to ask Christian if you would go first. Would you be prepared to do that?
Absolutely.
And then I will go to Heiner, who focuses on the Eurozone, but also US and Europe, and any of the other issues you want to address in your time. Then to Andrew to talk about US-China, and then let's see where we are. So Christian, tell us about what interests you in this that you think this audience needs to know.
Well, thank you so much for the introduction, Martin. We are indeed in very interesting times. As you said, when the crisis hit, we first kind of looked at the economic impact that might have been very bad. I do think we have to say that the responses that were being taken, not only in Europe but globally, were much more positive, much more swift in terms of macroeconomic policy, both by the central banks but also in the fiscal policy response, than we expected. We should also not forget that the healthcare response in some ways was much more positive than could be expected. We have a vaccine in a relatively short amount of time that was being developed by the healthcare systems and the pharmaceutical research that we have. As you pointed out, it seems, especially in the last quarter, that our recovery that looked very strong got a little bit stuck. Very negative data from China, not very strong data from Europe, also not from the US. So the question is, why is that? And should we really be concerned a little bit more longer term as we look into the next year? I want to tackle that from 3 perspectives. One reason I think that we hit these roadblocks more recently is the nature of the pandemic itself. We heard already about the different variants that have came up. We still don't totally understand and certainly don't totally control this pandemic. We have been rising numbers of infections and unfortunately also hospitalizations in many parts of Europe, including unfortunately in Germany. So we are not through the healthcare crisis itself yet. We have very unequal vaccination rates around the globe. That is creating risk moving forward. Now, but that being said, I think what we've also been seeing is that the direct link that we had last year between healthcare situation and economic outcome is not so strong anymore. And partly that's because the policy response is not quite as drastic as it has been in the past, but it's also because our behavior has changed. I think a lot of people have become much more used to dealing with that risk in some ways. So that's the first reason, the kind of the healthcare situation per se. The second one is the nature of kind of coming back after really putting the global economy into a deep freeze. That is a complicated process, and I want to talk a little bit about the real economy, and I want to talk a little bit about the macroeconomic situation. Now, in the real economy, we have seen, maybe surprisingly, these supply chain disruptions kind of really build up. Why has that happened? Well, I think, again, there are a number of reasons for that. One reason is already before the crisis. If you work with global companies, what they focused on in the last couple of years was kind of increasing the efficiency of their global supply chains. That made them super productive, but not very resilient. So often a very small number of suppliers, quite long extended global value chains, global supply chains that were there. So I think the exposure to this type of shock was pretty high. The second issue then was actually our response to this crisis. And Martin, as you pointed out, I think a lot of it was shaped by our failure to respond appropriately to the global financial crisis. So I think when policymakers saw this now coming with the pandemic, they focused on trade, they focused on industry, and they focused on balance sheets, both in the household sector, the banks, and the companies. Turns out that the problems were actually somewhere else. The problems were in the service sector, and the problems were kind of more on the, keeping employment up and so on. So we ended up with a situation where actually the industrial value chains worked pretty fine. Companies did have quite good balance sheets, partly because they were able to load up on very cheap bonds and so on. And so, after kind of shutting down, an example, it's like the automotive industry, trying to ensure that you have liquidity, don't buy too many semiconductors and so on. They were faced with a lot of demand because people had ample cash to spend on this. So we kind of went to this roller coaster that increased supply chain issues even further. And then, maybe we weren't particularly lucky. We had issues like the Suez Canal, we had other things kind of that exacerbated this. All of these type of things, I think, will sort itself out over, the foreseeable future. I don't think this is necessarily a bigger structural issue. Now, on the macroeconomic side, we know that it's always hard to kind of, after a crisis, to go back to normal. And we were already in a situation where interest rates were very low. So how do we manage this type of normalization of both monetary and fiscal policy? And I think that is a process that in principle we know how to do. In practice, it's very hard to get the signaling right. And your newspaper is spending pretty much every day on an article to kind of figuring out whether the central banks get that right. Not a new problem, but some that hits us here. So I talked about the healthcare situation, I talked about the kind of getting back to normal. But then the third one actually, I think, connects to the other speeches that we've heard this morning. And that is that there's real uncertainty about where we are getting back to. We're not just getting back to the old trend, which, by the way, for Europe was not very good. It was slow and decelerating prosperity growth as it was. But there's a lot of uncertainties about where will we end up in macroeconomic policy? Are we in a permanent new environment with higher deficits, still low inflation, somewhat lower interest rates? How is this going to look like? Are we going to be able to manage kind of moving to go away from what we had in Europe with the Stability and Growth Pact? Probably, but where we'll land, we don't know yet. Globalization, the same thing. We know that we're not on the same trend path anymore, but we're also not going to go back to the pre-globalization period. Data flows are more global than ever. The transaction costs of global trade have really fallen dramatically through to digital platforms. So this uncertainty about knowing what comes next, I think, is also holding back our economic response in terms of companies. Let me finish with kind of 3 thoughts maybe for what this might mean for business leaders. First of all, and that's maybe the most boring thing, as you look at the economic forecast, I do think there is a good likelihood that we'll go ahead with the recovery, but there will be stops and turns. It will not be kind of the roaring 20s all over again, but it will be a recovery kind of back to kind of relatively low trend growth. More importantly, the second point is that for an individual company, I think these global trends matter less and less. There's so much heterogeneity increased by the pandemic that you need to understand the specific situations of your industry and your competitive positioning, including the markets you serve geographically and consumer segments. So those type of differences are vastly more important than the average. And the third point, we are in an era of a lot of risk. So what that means is the old approach to strategy, to optimize for one scenario, is not going to work. You have to think about robustness. You have to have a strategy that works well or sufficiently well for a broader array of different types of economic contexts that's ahead of you. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much. That's, I think, a wonderful introduction of issues, more or less in time. So that's splendid. So let me turn to you, Heine. That sort of gives an introduction. What is your view on where we are in terms of essentially of macro prospects and forecasts, but of course any other issues you wish to raise with a particular reference to the Eurozone, but not exclusively. And it's lovely to see you, and I'm sorry you're not here.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm also happy to join you, but not as person. Nevertheless, this is a very interesting debate that I've heard, and I would like to come in on the European performance in this year and the last year, which is not bad. As you said, the reaction of policy was much quicker than after the financial crisis, but nevertheless, I think it was not quick enough. I gave the organizers a chart that I would like to show. Maybe we could see it now. Yeah, you see the gross domestic product in the US and in the Eurozone and in EU as a whole. And there are enormous differences. You see the US did not fall so deep as Europe did, but the recovery in the US was much more consistent. It was going through the whole year 2021. Whereas in Europe, we had a sharp break in the third quarter, and now only in the second quarter, now we have a recovery in the third quarter. But the most recent indicators are not so well. And the question is that I would like to focus on: what explains these differences and what are the implications of these differences? I think it is extremely important to look at this because you see the EU zone, the Eurozone is not yet back to the level where the crisis really started. So what has happened, and again, we have to see and understand that Europe did not react quick enough. It reacted quicker than in 2008, but not quick enough. And Europe has a huge burden that was mentioned already by the speaker before. Europe is burdened by high unemployment for many, many years, and it has not gone rid of, this has not gone away. Whereas in the US came into the crisis at a level of close to full employment, and they returned quickly to something close to full employment. And this has dramatic implications. If you look at Germany is better than the rest. We all know that in terms of unemployment, but we all should know that it is the special situation which is due to Germany's current account surplus and its ability to grow without doing fiscal stimulus, what was not possible for the other countries. Given this, the rest of Europe is still in a very bad shape. If you look at Italy, Italy's unemployment rate is still around 9%. France's is higher than 7%. Spain's unemployment rate is still higher than 14%. So this is a big burden for the future, and the burden can immediately be seen what it means. If you look at unemployment, obviously has to do with wages. And if you look at the wage development between the Eurozone on the one hand and the US on the other hand, you see a world of a difference. In October, the last report, the employment report from the US Office of Labor showed that the hourly nominal compensation in the United States, hourly wages in the United States are rising at a pace of 5% compared to the previous year. 5%. In Europe, the last data that we have is from the second quarter from Eurostat, where we see that the same wages, nominal hourly wages in Europe are falling. This is dramatic because this has implications for demand. If you do not have further and much more government stimulus in Europe, this recovery may come to a quick end because once the people have normalized their savings ratios, which is already happening, they will see their expectations are very, very dismal because you have zero growth of nominal wages, and you have rather high inflation rates, the reason have been mentioned already, due to bottlenecks and whatever. It may be temporary, but nevertheless, these temporary inflation rates mean a fall of real wages, a quite dramatic fall of real wages in Europe, and this has to be compensated by one source or another. And the question is, who is going to do this? In the United States, you had a very aggressive, very quick reaction by the government to the crisis. The unemployment level went down, and if the government is able, and it is able, we see the last program, the infrastructure program that has been decided. We see the next program coming. If the government is able to push further, then there is a self-sustained stimulus coming from the private sector, namely from the wage increases that will normalize. So 5% seems to be high because we're not used to normal wage increases, but it's not really high in an economy of, say, productivity increase of 2 to 3%, which should be possible for the United States. Then you have, this is a normal increase, but you have a strong stimulus from the private side that we do not have in Europe. And here is the critical point for Europe. If Europe does not understand this constellation, it will be stopped by its high unemployment and the low wages. So what we need is much more stimulus in Europe. Everybody is praising the decision last year. Well, I'm not so optimistic about it. It was not bad, but very late. You know, Martin, we discussed in April or May or so where I was extremely pessimistic. It turned out to be a bit better because the French president really was extremely critical of the German position at that time, and then Madame Merkel realized she had to do something, and then she threw a lot of money into Europe. But this is not sufficient. Even this is not sufficient. We need much more because, and this was not yet mentioned, but it is extremely important, there are no other forces that could push the European economy out of this intermediate situation where we are. I do not say slump. The slump is over, but it's a very critical, a fragile situation because we do not see that despite aggressive monetary policy, the private sector the company sector will do what is necessary. And this, again, has to do with the lacking stimulus from domestic demand. And again, we have to learn the lesson. And again, I run into open door with Martin because we have discussed it many times. Europe still has not learned the lesson that it's a closed economy, a more or less closed economy, and it has to rely on its own domestic forces and sources, and not just waiting for export to come as the Germans do. So this is, here we are, and we will see what happens in the new maybe forming German government, whether they will be able to be flexible enough to give Europe the room of maneuver, the room to breathe in terms of fiscal policy, to push the economies further down the road of falling unemployment. If that is not possible, if they fail to do that, then we are in real trouble, because then we will see what happens in the United States. The United States will go ahead. Other countries will also do much better, and then Europe is the laggard again. And politically, we all know with the French election ahead, this can be extremely critical. Let me say one word concerning the globalization issue. We can discuss it maybe later, but one word on the globalization issue. I'm not so skeptical concerning the whole framework of globalization. I do not see that we will run into huge trade wars and so on. There are the tensions between China and US is a special thing. I do blame the US more than China for that, but that is discussable. But the point is very clear, that we do not have a trading system that would in itself produce incentives to invest, produce incentives to grow, but it is, in my view, without being able to discuss it here, it is a chaos that we have. We have currencies that are driven by speculation. We have currencies that do not rely to the fundamentals of the countries, which is a big, big burden, the biggest burden for the emerging countries in this world. And so we have a WTO that is not really working anymore, and many, many other things that stop the trade sector from becoming or being or remaining a driving force of globalization. So this is one fact that we see. We see the evidence, but I think it will not mean that we see separation between the huge markets, that people are going out of China in huge numbers and so on. So there I'm rather optimistic, although I know that the whole system is in a certain crisis. Thank you very much.
I know. Very interesting and somewhat different perspectives, so we can have lots of discussion. Andrew, US-China, Heine's just introduced this. How significant is it? And if you can, sort of relate it, because it's obviously related to this issue of deglobalization, decoupling, the possibility, or perhaps inevitability, question mark, of the emergence of zones of influence, which are also economic zones, with countries forced to choose, are you with China or are you with somewhere else? And of course, what does that leave Europe? No, I don't expect you to cover this, but this is the framework, obviously, to think about it. So Andrew, please, give us your perspective on this pivotal relationship.
Thank you very much indeed. First of all, I'd like to thank the Basque government for inviting me to this Manduro Bagiro 2021. It's about imagining the future. And when I visited the Guggenheim Museum yesterday with my wife, I realized 30 over years ago, your community leaders imagined the future and created it. So I want to congratulate you. It's a tremendous achievement. The second reason that I'm here is that I'm here to listen to Martin. Every time I meet with Martin, I always learn from him how he sees the world and, of course, how he sees China. Because, you know, we never see ourselves better than other people see us. And the tragedy of great powers is the tragedy of misunderstanding. And that's where we are. So when Martin said the Thucydides trap, the question when Graham Allison brought this idea of the Thucydides trap, I said, is America Sparta or is it Athens? Now, you know, if you
I don't think it matters.
It doesn't matter. But
No.
anyway, it is a competition. So the whole issue is that how do we frame this? Well, there are two ways of framing it. One is the tragedy of the commons. I think Gerd Leonhard put it very, very well. We are facing, and Christian also, we are facing huge common challenges for the world. You know, the global economy, inequity in vaccines, emerging markets are dying and suffering far more than the rich countries. Who is going to bring the world economy out? It's not clear. The Americans are stimulating for themselves. Europe are stimulating for themselves. China is trying to get out of this also at the same time. And other economies, Africa, Latin America, Middle East, etc., are suffering. So, you know, to try and get out of this and avoid hopefully, you know, a real conflict between US-China is a major fundamental issue. So in the topic strange economics, I do not find the economics strange. I find the politics strange. The economics is very, very, very clear to me. You know, if we cooperate, the whole world will actually get itself out of this trouble, cooperate to tackle climate change, cooperate to tackle global inequality, and cooperate to tackle, you know, the whole planetary issues that we have. So the key question to me is, why are alphas fighting in a burning planet? It doesn't make sense, right? But it is happening. And I think Kurt Lennart was brilliant in saying, oh, the future is about DDR. When he mentioned DDR, I always thought East Germany, right? Democratic, Deutsche Republic. So I'm going to phrase it in this way. It's about CCP plus DDR, but not DDR, RDD. CCP, you all know, Chinese Communist Party, but it's actually about China, it's about climate change, and it's about future prosperity, common prosperity, right? That is the objective of the Chinese 5-year plan. Common prosperity. Common prosperity, not just common prosperity for Chinese, but common with the rest of the world. Now, you may or may not believe it, but that's not matter. What does DDR stand for, or RDD? DDR is digitization, decarbonization, and reformation. The Chinese, actually, if you listen to them very carefully, has to put reform first, right? Decarbonization only recently aware, and after the Europe come up with European IR, 2035, the Chinese came up with their own version, which if I may say so, looked remarkably like the European version. Okay, so the Chinese have now suddenly realized technology is the way of the future, and the key question is, will U.S. and China fight? And that's the question that we all worry about. Now, the relations have not been good, right? I mean, it has not been good. Some people put it down to 2012. The Chinese would like to think that it's more after Trump came in, even though the US under Obama was already pivoting to Asia. But Trump put America first, up front. But the Chinese reaction to that immediately was, well, let's do it old Japanese style. When the Americans, beat up on the Japanese, in the late 80s, early 90s, the Japanese just said, how much check do you want? What do you want paid, right? They settled it. It was a bargain. That didn't happen, right? The escalation, and basically, Biden has turned out to be, on China policy, as uber as Trump in many regards. So the Chinese are suddenly realize, my God, this is going to be a long-haul exercise. So the short-term tragedy, the tragedy of horizons, is that from the Chinese perspective, I don't know whether I'm right or not, but I'm speaking only from the Chinese perspective because that is something that I understand a little bit better than the West, even though I was fundamentally trained by the West. The Chinese tradition has to be able to think in generations and decades and centuries. So look at how the Chinese Communist Party just celebrated 100 years. They still remember when the Summer Palace was sacked. They still remember how China was invaded, and other than Russia or China, the two major sufferers of the Second World War in terms of victims was Russia and China, right? Russia, 24 million, China, depending on what numbers you believe in. But it was considered a victim. So having thought like that, they see the Americans, they said, well, if Biden wants to come to an agreement, the fundamental question they have to ask is, will he be there after 2024? And if a Trump equivalent comes back, how can we deal with this? So psychologically, they came up with the dual circulation policy. The dual circulation policy means if the world wants to trade with us, we will trade with the world. If the world does not want to trade with us, we will go back to the ages of the Ming and the Qing when China was self-sufficient and just deal with it itself. And it's not necessarily good. Now, Martin, you talk about decoupling. My view is decoupling is very, very difficult, right? The trouble with the US and China is not about the Soviet Union Cold War. They are entangled with each other in far more complicated ways than people understand. And from the Chinese point of view, remember this, America is America the beautiful country. 美国, beautiful country. England is 英国, heroic country. Germany is 德国, the righteous country. So China has been great admirers of the West, and suddenly find, how come we are now the enemy, as it were? So how do we explain these differences of politics? The answer comes down to, and I'm putting it extremely simply, and I prefer to be wrong, is the Bible versus the Tao Te Ching. Now, these two books are the greatest translations in the world. The Bible mostly, because there are more Christians in the world than anybody else, right? But people forget, by 2050, there will be more Muslims than Christians. By the way, the fastest growing religion in China, the speed actually is Christianity, followed by Buddhism, all right? Because the Chinese are fundamentally non-a-religious since the fall of the Shang dynasty in 1045 BC, okay? So Confucianism is not a religion, by the way. Taoism is basically a philosophy. The two areas of ideology that China absorbed, or philosophy, depending on what you call it, is Buddhism, which came, basically around the first 500 years after Christ, right, or slightly earlier, and then communism, and today, technology. But the most interesting thing about Chinese history, you must remember this, is that Buddhism has died virtually in the country of origin, which is India, and communism no longer exists in either Britain, where Karl Marx wrote, Das Kapital, or Germany or Russia. Okay? So the Chinese internalizes, localizes global trends. Now, how China sees its new role is the most difficult part. It's not about the US misreading China. Of course, the Chinese believe that the US are misreading China, but also how the Chinese, possibly either misreads America or misreads herself. Let me give you some statistics, right? And people say, the Americans say this is about fight between good and evil. Nothing against the Chinese people, against the CCP. But here's the interesting point. If you are the one-child policy, when the one child goes to war and dies, the whole family generation dies with it. It's unthinkable in Chinese history. The Chinese have more words about relatives, than many other languages, right? You have ways of describing the fourth aunt by marriage, et cetera, et cetera. It's very complicated. With one-child policy, all this is gone. There's no even no uncle, because there are no more uncles. Right? The second point about, so will China want to go to war because of the one-child policy? And the answer is very unlikely. The second one, who has been responsible for most gender equality? With a one-child policy in China, half the wealth of China will be inherited and managed by women. People forget this, right? So to a large extent, as Leonard said, the men want to fight, the women don't want to fight. So, who is really warring in this area? It's very, 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 very difficult. And so, to a large extent, what the Chinese would want to see from an aging population, growing internal debt, but owning more foreign assets than foreign liabilities, just exactly like Japan. The Chinese want to essentially have more common prosperity. That means reduce the inequalities between the rich and the poor, okay? People tend to forget that China has been more uber capitalist than even the Americans, because during that 40 years of so-called communism, actually they got more rich people than the middle class. I mean, the rich people gain more than the middle class.
Andrew, you're going to have about another minute?
Yes, I'm about to finish. I just wanted to say this. So we are now moving into a very interesting stage, whereby we hope, for the sake of world peace, the Americans will understand China better, and the Chinese will understand America better, and understand the rest of the world, because Europe will play a very major part. And in that balance, in which, which way the world will swing is going to be of historical consequence. The key question is, and I just let my final quote, in the IISS, the International Institute of Strategic Studies, there was one comment which I thought was very good. It said, good governance without democracy is a safer strategic bet than democracy without good governance. Now, I don't want to say which way you want to think about this issue, but that is the right question in exactly the US-China global relations. Thank you very much indeed.
I'm actually finishing a book on what I call the crisis of democratic capitalism. I've basically done this. It's been an enormous amount of work. And one of the central points is democracy, which goes back to Plato. It's very explicit in The Republic, the first major book of Western political philosophy, almost old enough to be taken seriously by Chinese people, is that democracy without good governance becomes demagogy and dictatorship. So, very specifically, and that seems to me the case. So, degenerate democracy is demagogy. And the most degenerate form of democracy, and here I think Heine will agree, is one which does not take care of the welfare of the great masses of the people. And that is a period thing. So let's go on to some follow-up questions. We've got 15 minutes and we can think. So I'll start with you, Christian. I think one of the issues that Heine brought out very, very sharply, and I'd be interested in your view, is divergence between the US and Europe. And particularly macro policy divergence. And that actually links with another question which I was going to raise, but you might want to bring in here, which is, as it were, Heine's perspective is, if I hope I'm characterizing this correctly, is essentially Europe is going back into its old deflationary sort of story, semi-stagnation, not deflation, but ultra-low inflation and all that, which we're familiar with. And if anything, the US is in the opposite end, and there's lots of worry about inflation and so forth, and you didn't discuss that. So how far do you share his perspective that the reality is that what we're going to see now is both in macro conditions and in growth, we're going to see a very sharp divergence over the next year, 2, 3, maybe even longer, between the US and the EU broadly, and particularly the Eurozone, because that's obviously a very important story here.
No, absolutely, and I do think we agree to some level, but there are also areas where I would say, I would probably draw a different conclusion, or let's say I think what Heine suggests is kind of one part of the solution, but on its own is unlikely, in my view, to work. So. When we started out, yes, it's true that Europe was in a worse macroeconomic situation, but it was also in a very structural situation. We have not created the type of internet companies, the new startups, and so on that the US has been able to create. We're still lagging behind on digitalization. We are very strong, including this region, in traditional industries, related to mechanical engineering and those type of things. We are actually facing quite a challenge in addressing those. Now, the US has its own challenges, but I just want to say, the starting point is different, not just on macroeconomic stance. I think it's also on structural issues. Now, the US approach indeed is to say, that maybe we should just spend our way out of this. We can, because the interest rates and inflation is so low, and we hope for this high-powered economy. So, a lot of demand, we mean a lot of investment, a lot of more productivity, and we end up at a much better state. I think Europe is likely to kind of do a little bit of that, maybe more than one would have thought possible 2 years ago. But I think the lesson has probably been learned that the exclusive focus on macroeconomic stability that we had after the global financial crisis and then the European sovereign debt crisis didn't work. It actually brought us in countries like Greece macroeconomic stability, but at much lower levels of prosperity, and really no innovation and productivity growth to focus on. Now, coming to where I disagree with you, Heine, I do think we need to be more open to demand stimulus. I think we can save ourselves out of this crisis or out of the low growth. But I don't think it will be enough unless we also realize that we actually need to have a new synthesis of, former left-wing policies in terms of more demand support, but also right-wing policies in terms of how do we actually get these structural changes on labor markets, on innovation system, on entrepreneurship going. Because ultimately, companies will not only create new jobs because there's demand, but also because there's profitability in the marketplace for them to do so. One final comment. What concerns me a little bit in Heiner's argument is that we've seen a crisis that was enormously heterogeneous across locations, across industries, across parts of society. If our only response is kind of pumping up the volume on macroeconomic stimulus, it's kind of hoping that a policy that affects everyone sort of similarly is going to solve a situation that is actually about heterogeneity and divergence between different parts of our economy. And I'm just not convinced that that's going to work.
So, Heiner, why is Christian wrong? Or where is he right? Let's see. I think it's been very helpful to have two people of German origin on this panel because it clarifies.
And I actually even come from Hamburg, so
differences of opinion on what is, after all, the most important European economy and the one which is likely to shape how the Eurozone now responds.
Yeah, well, the point is, my first point
we don't have your sound. Are you muted?
You don't have my sound? Well, that's too bad.
Do we understand what's happened over there? Oh, we're now frozen. Okay, I hope very much Heiner will come back very soon. Can I just, Christian, a very quick follow-up question. Should we worry about inflation?
I don't think so. I don't really think that's the key issue. I do think, sometimes people say in technology we overestimate in the short term and we underestimate the long-term effect. I think here it's almost the other way around. I do think short term we should be worried a little bit, but in the medium to long term actually not so much, because I think there are much more important structural issues.
And I will ask one, I was going to ask, again, are you speaking again now? We've lost your sound, Heiner. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Okay, now I've got you. So now you can give your response.
Okay, yeah, my response is the following. The idea of having, on the one hand, macroeconomics, on the other hand, structural policies is a very difficult one. Well, this is an old belief that you can, so to say, compensate one with the other, or you can substitute one with the other, which is not true in my view. It's not true in this world. Also, Martin and me, we have discussed it very often, because the company sector is not playing the same role as it did in the past, where we had the company sector being the main debtor in the economy, the main driver of investment and so on. Despite this extremely aggressive monetary policy, we do not have that anymore. The company sector is a net saver in Europe and in the United States for most of the time. And that brings automatically the government into the position of being the Schumpeter pioneer, if you want. I'm a great fan of markets and the functioning of markets, but the markets do not function macroeconomically. The market functions if, from the macroeconomic side, we have a stimulus that is strong enough to give the companies a good expectation about their future returns. If you don't have that, then you cannot expect anything from the company sector and from the market as such. So the necessary condition is the necessary condition. There may be then other conditions that have to come in, but the necessary condition is not there in Europe. And you see, now we're discussing seriously a situation where we may reform the Stability Pact, the Stability and Growth Pact in Europe, and it goes extremely slowly again. The Germans are hesitating, the Dutch are hesitating, all the countries with the current account surplus, by the way, are hesitating, all the others are pushing forward, but I tell you, it will take another year or 2 or 3 to come to grips with this, and that's too late. That's too late. Then we will have a new recession, and there's anyway no other way out than for the government to step in. this to understand is the crucial point. And the crucial point are the Germans here. I have to say it time and again, but look at the coalition. The first thing that they agreed on, more or less, was to have no increase in government debt, to go back to the debt break and all these funny things. And this will not work. This will not make Europe, and this will not allow to get out of it. Whatever you believe in terms of micro and structure, and so fine, but it's not a necessary condition, and the necessary condition has to be fulfilled. Thank you.
I mean, I want you to go on because I'm familiar with this, but there's one possible ray of light which might bring you two together, and it follows from what Gert was saying at the beginning. It is a not implausible scenario, or I think so, that the climate emergency will require, if we're serious about it, an enormous capital investment program. I mean, we're going to change, if he's right, I don't think it'll happen the next day, we're going to change the whole energy system, right? That will take an immense investment, and obviously the governments are going to be up to their necks in this. Is it possible that this will also have a dramatic macro effect if they take it seriously in Europe? And in theory, the German government is committed to it. What do you think, Heiner?
Well, I think that there is some hope in this. You're right, but the question is how strong the Greens will come out against the Liberals. And here I'm still quite skeptical. The pressure is not yet big enough in the German public. If you look, for example, at East Germany, nobody is interested in climate change. It's a big topic in the media, but it's not a big topic for the mass of the people. And so whether this will be the trigger, I'm not sure. But you're right. It would be a good way to come over, to jump over into a new phase, to jump over into new investments, into a new structure of energy production. But the crucial point is we do not have yet the technological solution. Sun and wind is fine, but it's not, most of us know it's not enough, or most of the technicians know it's not enough. You need a stable supply, and this can neither be coal nor gas in the long term. So the nuclear energy is a big question in Germany, and here the majority of the population is, so to say, absolutely against it. And here I see the critical point. Who's going to turn Germany around? We see how variable and how unsecure wind and sun can be. But still, most of the population and most of the parties believe this is the solution. And this, if that is not right, then we may spend a lot of money, but we will not end up in a stable energy-wise in a stable situation.
The time I'm going to have to move on, and I'm going to ask you, Andrew, you sort of have the last word, because you left it sort of in a way ambiguously, which is, okay, if you had 2 minutes to talk to Xi and Biden together, what would you tell them they need to understand about the other that will allow them to reach an agreement? Maybe it's impossible, but I think your point about misunderstanding is, there are other reasons, but misunderstanding is very important.
Very clear.
And it's clear where it's going. So, the last 2 minutes, what do they need to understand about the other which will make it possible for them to live together?
Well, I think the demonization of each other will not help. So they really need to be, how shall I say, be true statesmen and look at the one planet. We only have one planet, okay? Fight, we will accelerate the climate warming. By the way, I just want to point out one fact. The former head of monetary policy in the People's Bank of China estimated that China will need to spend 45 trillion renminbi, that is nearly $7 trillion, just to get to carbon zero.
That sounds optimistic to me.
That is actually even a small number.
Yeah.
I agree. So, and I think the Chinese will do it. So the stimulus that you're talking about, the Chinese will do for their own sake because they realize, the pollution.
And they're going to do a lot of nuclear power.
Probably.
Pretty clear.
Yeah, that's clear. Because they can't rely on coal, as you know, right? So to a large extent, whether it will be good or bad, we don't have the clear answers. But let's work together. And that's the heart of how to arrive at the new great bargain, is going to be the challenge of our times.
So I've got to bring this to a close. I'm not going to dare to summarize such a complicated discussion. I think that it's very difficult to draw conclusions from this, but if we've done well, and I think we have done rather well in this fascinating discussion, you are, at least I hope, in the audience, confused at a higher level than you were an hour ago. But I would just add one thing. I don't know whether I buy the futurist view of complete transformation, but it is clearly true that all the really big issues we're talking about here are within the hands of policymakers. They're not things that are out there which we have managed the pandemic. The question is whether the policymakers can pursue consistently sane policy. That is really the big issue. If they do, we can get through all this. And if they don't, we're going to be in quite a mess in many different directions. And that's where I would conclude. And thank you very much to the panelists. I thought it was a very interesting discussion indeed, with fascinating disagreements.
Thank you, Martin.
Martin, Christian, Heiner, Andrew, thank you so much. Xiangxian, Dankeschön. Gentlemen, thank you so much. You've given us so much good stuff to think about as we go to the break. And I assure you that the Euskalduna Conference Center is going to give us some really good things to eat. This is not my first time here, and they always do a terrific job. Of course, this is Bilbao. This is the Basque Country, where many say the cuisine is the best in Europe, perhaps in the world. I happen to be one of them. So we're going to enjoy this break. We hope those of you watching online enjoy your break too. This is Mundura Begira 2021, a look at where the world is heading. We'll see you back here at 12:30. Thank you. Welcome back to the second part of Mundura Begira, a look at where the world is heading. We're here in the Basque Country at the Euskalduna Conference Center in Bilbao, and we have a great second half coming up. Driving global growth, Basque industries, opportunities and threats in an era where emerging markets dominate the world. In collaboration with Economist magazine, Basque Trade has produced a report on the opportunities of Asian markets by 2050 and the capacity of Basque companies to position themselves and take advantage of these opportunities. We're going to have John Ferguson, is the head of the Economist Group for Economic Impact, Trade, and Finance. He's responsible for leading the practice across different geographies and sectors, including both private and public organizations. He'll be followed by Ainhoa Ondarzabal, Managing Director of Basque Trade and Investment. Ainhoa has lived almost 2 decades throughout Europe, Latin America, and Asia, helping Basque companies grow internationally. Driving global growth, key industries in emerging markets by 2050. By 2050. John Ferguson, the stage is yours. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's fantastic to be with you all today. For the next 12 minutes and 53 seconds, I'm going to set the scene on a report that we've worked on about what's driving global growth and what role emerging markets will play within that global growth, and particularly what industries we think will be really significant to keep an eye on. Let me first just quickly thank our colleagues at Basque Trade and Investment for working with us on this report and also inviting me here to this great venue. It's been a fantastic session so far. I just want to walk through 3 areas over the next 12 minutes. I want to start by setting out the big picture economic context. Then I want to walk through the 4 industries that we've identified as industries that could be playing that role of driving global growth in emerging markets. And then finally, just focusing on a few key areas to watch. So these are trends. They're hard to define in one sector, but I do want to touch on these key areas to watch going forward. So when we look at global growth and what's driven global growth and the markets and the countries that have been successful, it has been through developing the business environment, being open to foreign direct FDI and trade. That's been true in the past, and we think that'll be also true in the future. But let's have a look at my colleagues' forecasts at the Economist Intelligence Unit. So at the EIU, they are able to use their economic modelling and all their wisdom and forecast out to 2050, right? Very challenging game, but that's what they do. That enables us to come along and have a look at what markets will be shifting over the next 20 to 30 years. And when we look at the list, and well, it's sort of a truncated version here, we've got the top 5 economies which are changing. The US will fall back a little bit, and China will overtake the US in terms of overall economic output around the early 2030s. But when we stand back and have a look at these changes and sort of pure economic forecasts, we see that it is what currently are defined as emerging countries will absolutely be emerged by the time we get to 2050. There are a couple of Latin American countries, Brazil and Mexico, of course, but as we've already discussed earlier today, very much is going to be the sort of the decades and century of Asia. So that's the context. Now let's have a look at what industries, given that economic context, what industries would we think are going to drive that global growth and what we should be keeping an eye on. Within this research report, we identified 4 sectors. And it's not necessarily sectors as we currently see them. We try to think about how things might change, and a lot of these previous sessions have touched on these issues. But we've looked at healthcare, insurance and digital finance within the financial services sector, but I really want to focus on advanced manufacturing, and I'll get to frontier technologies in a minute. But very briefly, on the first 2, we think healthcare in the emerging markets will be a really key driver. We've talked about this before. When countries increase their levels of personal income and overall economic growth, healthcare becomes a bigger part of their economies, and also some of these markets in emerging Asia are already aging. So we think healthcare definitely, and particularly digital healthcare, will be a really key sort of industry or sub-industry to keep an eye on. Similar with insurance and digital finance, that sector's already being transformed at the moment. You can only imagine what that's going to do over the next 20 or 30 years. But again, as Asia becomes richer and these developing markets become richer, the sort of insurance and digital finance sector will become a lot more diverse, a lot more players, and will be a key part of driving their growth as well. But the two sectors I really want to focus on for the next few minutes are advanced manufacturing and frontier technologies. So advanced manufacturing, we've given it that title because it's not necessarily traditional manufacturing. Whether we read The Economist magazine or Martin's FT, we know that traditional manufacturing has been declining as a share of overall economies. And what's been replacing that is services. Services within our economies and services trade. What we see when countries develop is that services play a much bigger role in countries as they get richer. So the UK and the US, for example, have services as part of their overall economic output as a share up to 70 and 80%. Emerging markets aren't there yet, but again, as those Asian economies get richer, that's where they're going to end up. But this is not to say that manufacturing is going to be left behind. What's exciting to me is that I think advanced manufacturing is transforming. And very briefly, we need to think about, when we think about global trade, which I do a lot, I lead a very exciting life, global trade is not about gross exports from one country to another. We need to think about these things called global value chains. And that's where companies get involved in these global value chains. And what's happening, and what's been happening over the last 10 or 20 years is this shift of, in a developed market, there's a lot of research and development and a lot of value added at the start of a product cycle. Then it might move to an Asian economy like China, where it's done sort of low wage sort of reassembly and assembly of these products. And then it moves back to a developed market where, again, services play a role and more value added is added to those products. Economists call this a smile chart. They're not very creative people, economists, but they call this a smile chart. And what developing countries are aiming for is to move up that value chain, is to move away from just pure low-wage reassembly or assembly of these products and move higher up in that global value chain. But it's not just sort of that use of technology and higher value that I'm really excited by. One of the trends we mentioned in the report, which I find really, really exciting, is this trend called the servicification of manufacturing. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it's the servicification of manufacturing. And it's just this combination of services with goods. So it's not just, when we think about trade, I think we've got to get past thinking about it's goods on one hand and services on the other. By the time we get to 2050, so much of what we trade in the world, I think, will be a combination of the two. And I think as we, again, advanced manufacturing, we think about the future of global trade, so many things of what we buy over the next 20 or 30 years, I think will be a combination of a physical product and the services embedded within those physical products. And that's also part of this advanced manufacturing trend, something which I think is really, really exciting. The fourth and final sector to mention briefly is something we've framed as frontier technologies. It's the recognition that technology, as we heard about this morning, is going to be a key driver of growth. And what I wanted to mention here is that, this is a long-term exercise looking out to 2050. There will be technologies that exist that we don't even know of yet, that haven't been invented yet or devised yet. And the other point I wanted to make is that when I think about companies, or countries for that matter, that will benefit from these amazing technologies, I don't think it'll be the countries or companies that focus on one of these areas of technology. I think, at least in terms of a macroeconomic perspective, the countries that will take advantage of this will be the ones who really combine these technologies together. And that's where I think the real driver of, say, productivity growth and economic growth will come from. And similarly, when we think about Asia, when I look at my colleagues from the EIU, and they've got an index which they're well known for, which is the Tech Readiness Index, Asian economies stand out to be quite strong on that point. So Asian economies are ready to sort of take advantage of these sort of technological shifts and incorporate that into their economies and drive their own economies forward. On the right here, I have a simple chart looking at TFP growth, which what economists call total factor productivity growth. Now, when we break down growth macroeconomically, we think about growth in capital, growth in labour, and what's left over is TFP. It's sort of this secret sauce. But what I pulled out here from my colleagues at the EIU is their TFP forecast for these certain emerging markets out to 2050. And we can just see that the EIU expects Vietnam, Bangladesh, India, Indonesia to have pretty high rates of TFP. So that's part of economic growth. So GDP growth is even stronger than that. So we expect, and my colleagues at the EIU expect these emerging markets to be growing and growing quite productively over the next 20 to 30 years. So they're well placed, those Asian emerging markets, they're well placed to take advantage of these amazing technologies that are being discovered. But when we sat back and had a look at this, and forecasting or foresight, however we want to think about it, is a difficult game. And it's, when we think about sort of transformation of economies, it was clear that there were some trends that wouldn't necessarily fit in or be defined by a single term or a single industry. So we wanted to also share with you all some key trends or areas to watch. Whether you call them niche subsectors or trends, we just wanted to highlight these in the report. And there's essentially two broad areas that we wanted to highlight. And again, a lot of these things have been mentioned today, so it's nice to hear these other great panelists today talking about some of these issues. The first one, just briefly, we think it's important to keep an eye on the sort of trend of education and skills development. We've heard today about all the changes coming, and I think that's absolutely true. Where I come from in Australia, if it wasn't obvious, education used to be sort of school, maybe university or some sort of technical training, and then your career for the rest of your life. I think that's changing. It'll need to change. We'll need to have lifelong learning. We'll need a greater focus on STEM, and we'll also need a greater focus on these softer skills and more human skills to complement these amazing technologies. So I think that's sort of a trend or a niche subsector to watch. The other one I really wanted to highlight, which might be more relevant for today's discussion, is, again, it's not really a sector, but it's more sustainability and resilience. So I work a lot with big global companies, and as we've already heard today, a lot of them are focusing on resilience. You know, I look at globalization, and for a long period of time, it was about efficiency of supply chains. Now, given not just COVID, but trade wars and all these things, companies are focusing on being more resilient. And similarly, climate change. Now, climate change obviously is a big key driver, big key issue. And I think it's, you know, there's obviously an economic cost here, but it will also drive innovation. It will also drive sort of a sub-industry of countries and companies responding to the challenge of climate change, particularly mitigation of climate change impacts. And again, when I look at sort of emerging Asian economies, I think there's a really strong incentive. So what I have here on the right is some modelling that we did at the EIU a few years ago. Very complicated economic model, took 2 or 3 years to build. But we built a long-term model that looked at the economic costs or the loss in GDP from climate change. And unfortunately, you know, richer countries are able to be more resilient to the economic impacts of climate change, but it is those emerging, particularly Asian economies, that look to be suffering the most in the long term from climate change. Now, you can quibble with the size of those impacts, but I think the direction is clear, and I think therefore it provides a really strong incentive for particularly emerging Asian economies to innovate in this area, to work with companies around the world to help them mitigate the impacts of climate change. So you've got the lingering impacts of COVID-19, where companies want to be more resilient. You've got the growing impacts of climate change, where countries and companies will want to innovate. And I think this niche subsector or trend of sustainability and resilience will be something really, really important to watch in the future as well. So that's everything I wanted to discuss. The report, we'll be able to share it soon, but that's sort of the overview. It's, you know, the world is shifting towards Asia. I think we can all see that. And as these Asian economies develop and their incomes increase, these are the sort of sectors I'd keep an eye on. In particular, I'm really excited, if it wasn't obvious, about advanced manufacturing, sort of the combination of services trade and goods trade. I think that's really, really interesting. But these other trends like resilience and sustainability, I think, will be key drivers of growth as well. I've done it. I've 30 seconds to go. I've kept it in time. I hope that sets the scene for what will be a fantastic panel coming up. But that's all from me now, and I'd like to hand over to Ainhoa if I can. But thank you very much for listening.
Egun on guztioi. Buenos días a todos y todas. Thank you, John, for the inspiring presentation and for being here today with us, sharing this report. Bueno, John nos ha presentado cuáles van a ser las tecnologías y los mercados que van a protagonizar el desarrollo económico hasta el año 2050, Yo voy a enfocarme en analizar cuáles van a ser las oportunidades para las empresas vascas en ese contexto y, sobre todo, cómo vamos a poder aprovechar esas oportunidades. Por empezar, dando algunas pinceladas sobre Asia. Asia representa actualmente el tercio del Producto Interior Bruto mundial y el 30% del comercio global. En el año 2050, los países asiáticos liderarán el comercio mundial, alcanzando el 40% del comercio global. De hecho, en ese año 2050, 7 de las 15 economías más avanzadas del mundo van a ser asiáticas, con países emergentes como Indonesia, Vietnam o Bangladesh en el top 15. Creo que con lo que John nos ha contado y con estos antecedentes podemos decir que el eje económico mundial se está desplazando inexorablemente hacia Asia. ¿Y cómo estamos Euskadi en ese contexto? Bueno, Euskadi es una economía abierta al mundo, ya se ha dicho antes, con alrededor de 50 empresas exportadoras, alrededor de 2.000 implantaciones en los 5 continentes. Sin embargo, Asia representa para nuestras empresas el tercer destino de las exportaciones después de Europa y de América, con un reducido 6,5% de las exportaciones totales, muy lejos de las cifras que tenemos en los mercados tradicionales. En cuanto a la presencia de las empresas vascas en la región, contamos con una importante presencia en China e India, pero el resto de los países de Asia, nuestra presencia es muy poco significativa. De hecho, de las 383 implantaciones vascas en la región, únicamente encontramos 52 implantaciones fuera de China y de India. Yo creo que ha llegado el momento de mirar a Asia de otro modo y nos tenemos que preparar para las oportunidades que esta región nos va a ofrecer. Pero ¿cuáles van a ser los sectores y las tecnologías que van a abrir oportunidades para las empresas vascas y cómo puede la empresa vasca contribuir a esos retos? Bueno, pues en ese contexto de crecimiento, las oportunidades se van a multiplicar en Asia. A todas esas oportunidades derivadas de las estrategias de crecimiento y de la propia evolución de los modelos de fabricación y especialización, se le van a sumar todas las vinculadas a las 3 transiciones. Entre las estrategias de crecimiento observamos un mayor grado de apertura a la inversión extranjera directa, especialmente en aquellos sectores orientados a las exportaciones, como pueden ser la automoción, la electrónica o el textil, así como el anuncio de grandes planes de inversión pública, especialmente en los sectores ligados a las 3 transiciones, la verde, la digital y la sociosanitaria. Además, también veremos una creciente especialización productiva en la región, con países que transitarán de un modelo de fabricación low cost a uno de alto valor tecnológico, como es el caso de China, y otros países que absorberán la deslocalización productiva de China, Corea del Sur y Japón, como pueden ser el caso de Indonesia, Vietnam y Bangladesh. En ese contexto, dentro de la fabricación avanzada, las empresas vascas tendrán oportunidades en las áreas de maquinaria y tecnología productiva, de productos de contenido tecnológico y también los servicios conexos a la industria. En el ámbito de las 3 transiciones será clave identificar sectores donde nuestras empresas son un referente. Y en ese sentido destacaría las smart grids en el ámbito de la digitalización, las energías offshore en el ámbito de la sostenibilidad o el ámbito de e-health y biotecnología en el área sociosanitaria. Pero no hay oportunidades sin retos y este caso tampoco es una excepción, por lo que para tener éxito en la región las empresas vascas van a tener que hacer frente a apuestas claras. Por un lado, a la apuesta por desarrollar estrategias proactivas y sostenidas en el tiempo en Asia, por garantizar esa presencia local para acompañar a nuestros clientes internacionales y locales y poder competir en términos de coste, rapidez de respuesta o adaptación a las reglas locales. Para competir en Asia, tener presencia en Asia será de gran ayuda. También por el talento especializado en internacionalización, tanto vasco como local, a través de la integración de profesionales con experiencia internacional y trayectoria en los mercados asiáticos. Y también el talento local en las unidades de negocio en destino. Para competir en Asia tenemos que ser asiáticos. También apuesta por el posicionamiento de los productos y servicios vascos a través de la puesta en marcha de actuaciones vinculadas a la promoción y al posicionamiento ante los agentes locales. También por el desarrollo de tecnologías digitales para la promoción y venta de en los mercados asiáticos. Este va a ser un aspecto especialmente relevante en estos países debido al alto desarrollo digital que han experimentado durante los últimos años. Pero no estáis solos para afrontar estos retos. Desde el Gobierno vasco y desde Basque Trade and Investment os acompañaremos en abordar esos retos a través de distintas líneas de actuación y modelos de trabajo que hemos puesto en marcha. A través del refuerzo de nuestra presencia en esa región, con la apertura de 3 nuevas oficinas comerciales, a la oficina de China, India y Singapur, desde donde damos cobertura a la región de ASEAN, tenemos previsto sumar la oficina de Japón a finales de este año y las de Corea del Sur y Turquía a lo largo del año 2022. También nos apoyaremos en todo lo que es el apoyo a la multilocalización de las empresas vascas en la región a través de asesoramiento, de financiación y de apoyos en destino. En el impulso y generación de talento especializado a través de las 600 becas que convocamos anualmente, donde contaremos con un número importante de jóvenes en Asia que también ponemos a vuestra entera disposición. La identificación de oportunidades de negocio también para las empresas, como puede ser facilitar, por ejemplo, el acceso a los diversos portafolios de inversiones o el desarrollo de oportunidades con grandes corporaciones asiáticas. Seguimos trabajando también en el posicionamiento de Euskadi Basque Country y la promoción de los productos y servicios de la empresa vasca en Asia a través de distintas actuaciones de promoción, como es el caso, por ejemplo, del artículo publicado en la edición impresa y digital del Economist. También el desarrollo de la diplomacia corporativa como estrategia de apertura de puertas con los grandes clientes gubernamentales y locales. También ayuda en el desarrollo de las herramientas de impulso a la digitalización de la actividad internacional y el posicionamiento online de la industria vasca en el exterior. Todo ello con el objetivo de que las empresas ganéis en competitividad, ganéis en tamaño y en apertura hacia nuevos clientes, nuevos mercados y nuevos nichos de negocio. Y quizás unas palabras de conclusión de mi lado para decir que en el futuro Asia va a liderar el crecimiento económico global a través del desarrollo de nuevas tecnologías, de políticas de apertura y crecimiento y nuevos modelos de fabricación, y que la empresa vasca tiene que prepararse para abordar esas oportunidades y desde el Gobierno vasco, desde Basque Trade and Investment, estaremos encantados en acompañaros. Eskerrik asko.
Eskerrik asko. Ainhoa. Eskerrik asko. John, thank you very much. We are in the home stretch here in Bilbao, Mundira Begira 2021. A look at where the world is heading. And next we have a roundtable with heavyweights. Arantxa Tapia, Minister of Economic Development, Infrastructure, and Sustainability of the Basque Government. She will lead the roundtable. I will let her introduce her distinguished panelists as well as lead what's sure to be an insightful discussion. Madam Minister, I know we're in good hands. Arantxa Tapia.
Eguerdion dagoeneko guztioi. Bueno, tal como hemos ido viendo a lo largo de la mañana, parece que Asia va a ser un ámbito importante, ya lo es de hecho, en nuestra economía y en el futuro de lo que nos depara la misma. Y además, si la combinamos con esas transiciones, con esa importancia de algo que para Euskadi, bueno, pues es casi nuestra seña de identidad, nuestro ADN, como puede ser la fabricación avanzada, el advanced manufacturing, hablábamos de digitalización. Hace tiempo que venimos hablando de la industria 4.0, nos toca bajarla a la realidad, trabajarla y poner en marcha servicios avanzados. Bueno, tenemos la oportunidad de la sostenibilidad, del cambio climático, y todo eso lo tenemos que trabajar desde ya para ser competitivos a futuro, si no vamos a perder esta carrera. Y vamos a tener a lo largo, bueno, pues de esta mesa redonda a 3 representantes de 3 empresas tractoras ubicadas en Euskadi en 3 sectores diferentes: energía, automoción y, vamos a decir, fabricación avanzada, maquinaria de todo tipo. Y a lo largo de, bueno, pues de este rato que vamos a permanecer aquí, les voy a lanzar una pregunta a cada uno de ellos y después una pregunta común para que nos vayan contando cuáles son sus experiencias, cuáles son sus proyectos y que podamos aprender y poderlo aplicar también en otro tipo de empresas de menor tamaño, pero que también están saliendo al exterior. Y permítanme presentarles a los que van a participar conmigo en esta mesa. Por una parte, Francisco Riveras, que comenzó su carrera profesional ocupando diferentes posiciones en el Grupo Gombarri como director de desarrollo corporativo y posteriormente como consejero delegado. En el año 97 creó Gestamp y desde entonces ha sido su presidente ejecutivo, llevando Gestamp a lo que es hoy en día. Es miembro de consejos de administración diversos en Telefónica, en CIA Automotive y General de Alquiler de Maquinaria. Además, forma parte de órganos de administración de otras sociedades de la propia Gestamp y desde del holding de sociedades del holding de familiar ACEC, entre las que se incluyen sociedades como el Grupo Gombarri, ACEC Energías Renovables, Inmobiliaria ACEC y SIDE Acero. Adicionalmente, además, preside la Fundación del Consejo España-China, el Consejo Asesor Empresarial España-China y la Fundación Endeavor en España. Y ha sido presidente del Instituto de Empresa Familiar entre mayo del 18 y junio del 20. Y muchas otras cosas que no me voy a detener, pero creo que como resumen puede ser interesante. También voy a tener aquí conmigo a Íñigo Ucín Azcue, de segundo, natural de Azkoitia, licenciado en Ciencias Económicas y Empresariales por la Universidad de Deusto, máster en Gestión de Innovación, también por la propia Universidad de Deusto. Él comenzó a trabajar en ISA Rights, que es parte del grupo Danovat, como director financiero y de recursos humanos en el año 84 y hasta que en el 92 asumió la dirección general de dicha empresa. En el 95 empezó a trabajar en Danovat como controller y en el 98 asumió la dirección general de Danovat Sociedad Cooperativa. Hasta que en el 2013 fue nombrado vicepresidente y director de la división de maquinaria, de máquina herramienta de todo el grupo Danovat. Lleva 37 años trabajando en el ámbito cooperativo y desde el año 2016, desde agosto del 16, además es presidente del grupo Mondragón. Y el tercero de los invitados es Dámaso Quintana, ingeniero eléctrico y MBA por el IES. Él es CEO y consejero en varias empresas industriales relacionadas con el metal y fabricación de equipos eléctricos con presencia global, tanto en Europa como en América y también en Asia. Es presidente del Consejo y CEO del Grupo Cunex desde el año 2014 y presidente y fundador de Aisea Wind Group, que es una empresa vinculada al sector eólico. Además, es y ha sido miembro de diferentes consejos de administración en diferentes empresas industriales en Europa y en Estados Unidos. Breve resumen de su currículum de los tres, pero creo que va a resultar interesante la conversación. Si me acompañáis, por favor.
So please step up onto the stage.
Bueno, os he hecho la presentación del currículum porque les pongáis.
Well, I've explained the CV, but I'm sure you know them. Egusín, Francisco Riveras, and Dámaso Quintana. After these introductions, I would like to put a first question to all three. You can start wherever you like, and I would like to ask you about the strategies you're developing for the Asian market. What are the main lessons you've learned? And do you feel you're working along the right lines according to what we've just seen in the study from The Economist? How do you think you're doing in that area? Would you like to start, Dámaso? At the Aisea Group, well, first of all, to answer this question, I'm going to try to contextualize the wind sector for those of you that are not so familiarized. I would break down the wind sector into two areas. One is the onshore wind sector and the offshore wind sector. They have different dynamics and behaviors, although they are both used to produce electricity. And I would also break them down into two categories, onshore and offshore wind power in local markets and in markets that don't have a local content. What does markets with a local content mean? It's markets where the developers, Vestas, Siemens, GEs of this world, when they present their tenders, they have to ensure a local supply chain to be able to take part in the various auctions. Obviously, in those markets, the rules and dynamics are different. to those markets where there is no local content. And to give you a snapshot of those markets with the local content, and you'll believe that they're only emerging markets, and the answer is no, they're not just emerging markets. In emerging markets, you have Brazil, Argentina, South Africa, Turkey, Taiwan, etc. But you also have non-emerging markets such as the UK that's establishing local content rules, and the US that's establishing local content rules. And then unofficially, there are other European countries that also ask for local content, such as Poland or France. And this means that the competition, in a way, is distorted. And growth in the sector is tremendous. It's tremendous onshore and offshore. And in the case of offshore, the supply chain is currently being set up in a market segment that from 2020 to 2030 is going to multiply its installed capacity by 7, and from 2030 to 2050 is going to multiply by 8. So the installed capacity offshore in the next 30 years is going to be multiplied by 50. Imagine how massive that is. And taking it now to our company, what are we doing? We have a significant leadership position in several components. In onshore and offshore towers. We also have a certain leadership in Europe in tower components through foundry pieces. And we're establishing that leadership in the offshore market. And why in the offshore market and not on the onshore market? And I'll come to Asia. Because today, 70% of the offshore market is in Europe. 25% is in China, 5% in the rest of the world. And if you look at 2030, 50% of what's going to happen offshore is in Europe, 25% is going to be in China, 15% in the rest of Asia, and 10% in the rest of the world. So what do we feel? Well, we feel that first, to go to Asia, we have to establish leadership in Europe and consolidate leadership in Europe. The growth is so tremendous that the need to adapt to infrastructures and plant capacities are enormous. And we're saying that in a 4-year period, the offshore wind turbines have multiplied their capacity by 2. That means we've gone from turbines that needed 6-meter towers to towers that today have a diameter between 8.5 and 9.5 meters, and where their foundation requirements are 14 meters in diameter and 2,000 tons weight. And this means that in the short term, ICEA is establishing its growth in Europe, which is going to be very strong offshore, to then take the leap to Asia. What do we see in Asia? Onshore, it's impossible to compete onshore without being in Asia. You can compete in offshore without being in Asia today, which is our case. And Asia clearly has production costs that we can't match in Europe. To give you an idea, an offshore tower with 3,000 work hours produced in Europe versus an offshore tower produced in Vietnam with a wage difference of 1 to 5 or 1 to 6. Well, that makes it very difficult to be able to compete on cost. And why are we able to compete? We're able to compete on quality, on delivery certainty, on market proximity. But that will be during a certain time. And it's logical for the European manufacturers to try to take over leadership. And we're working on creative models to reduce costs, to see whether parts of the tower can be manufactured in Asia and finished in Europe. And I don't know whether this more or less answers your question. Yeah, thank you very much, Damaso. Francisco. Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation to this forum. I think that in our case at Gestamp, we design and produce metal components for the automotive sector, and therefore our strategy in Asia is related to the nature of our products that need to be supplied locally. So in the end, what the big car manufacturers do is what conditions our globalization strategy. Currently, over 50% of light vehicles in the world are produced in Asia. But Asia is very big, and there are many Asias, and there are three completely different areas. One would be the more mature area, where the vehicle rate is sufficiently high, countries like Japan and Korea, where not only do they have that high car rate, but they are also net exporting countries. Then there's China, which is the most important area. We're talking about more than 30% of the world production, which is produced and sold in China. And then the rest of Asia, which of course includes India and other countries such as Thailand, Indonesia, or Vietnam. From our point of view at Gestamp, we got to Asia late, and therefore our sales, or the percentage of our sales in Asia, doesn't reflect the importance of the Asian market. And this year we're going to be around 13 to 14% of our sales produced in our plants in Asia, which represents over $1 billion. We have 10 production plants in China. We have 3 in India, 2 in Korea, 1 in Japan, and a smaller one in Thailand. And in the future, if we look at the niches or opportunities we might have in Asia, in our plan, we aim our sales to be more than 20% in Asia, and specifically in China, because of the nature of the market, we're going to try to adapt our product supply based on how the Chinese market is developing. And the Chinese market is a combination between very low-cost products and a very important premium sector. Today, it's the world leader in electric vehicles. And in the end, our strategy means developing very sophisticated technologies. As Damaso said earlier, it's very difficult to compete there on cost, so you have to compete on technology. We're taking the most advanced technologies over there, and we're trying to focus on electric cars. And we're trying to develop our commercial strategy further with the pure Chinese customers, not just with the joint ventures with international manufacturers, but with companies like Great Wall or BYD, companies that are already becoming very important. In the case of Japan and Korea, we don't have a growth strategy since they're mature markets, that we believe could decline, since we don't think they're capable of maintaining the export levels in the future. But they are key to us because they're the headquarters of world leaders, both in Japan and Korea. And we're increasing our commercial position and enlarging our R&D offices to try to be an important supplier for these companies, not just in Japan and Korea, where we already have activities, but in the rest of the world. And finally, we have Southeast Asia, where India deserves a special mention because it's going to grow substantially. We're talking about countries where the car rate is still very low, and we're talking about the premium level and the electric car sector as not being in the discussion. We're talking about low cost. But in India, we've been able to bring in hot stamping technologies, and we're currently starting up our second hot stamping line over there. So basically, in relation to strategy, China, electric domestic supplier, Japan and Korea, trade office, co-development with them, and in the case of India and the rest of Southeast Asia, solutions in the low-cost area, but gradually trying to bring in advanced technologies. Thank you, Francisco. Íñigo. Good morning, and thanks very much for the invitation. I agree with what Paco said in particular, but our situation is different. We're talking about a number of companies, almost 100 companies, with over 140 plants abroad. In Asia, we have a significant number, it has to be said, basically in China. But our situation is somewhat different, because I'm not going to say that we do everything, but we do a lot of different things with different technologies that are aimed at completely different sectors. Two very important areas that are strongly implemented all over the world, I would say, but also in Asia, are automotive components And although they're different products to those mentioned earlier, they're aimed at the same customers as Gestamps. And we also have significant activity in household appliances. Most household appliances made in the world contain some of our components. And here we're present with plants at the point of destination because customers, for logistic and cost reasons, need plants to be nearby. But we have completely different businesses. And going to the other extreme, we even have a company that is an SME. And I say it because it's a curious case. It's around 15 people, and more than 2/3 of what they make is exported all over the world to more than 30 countries. So, as I said, the situation is different. We have our own plants, as I said. And this goes from plants to produce something that a market has asked for, and is focused on a market and not on a certain customer. And this means having the biggest possible network of agents, distributors, etc., depending on each product, which, as I said, varies from household, appliance, and automotive products to bicycles or health areas, capital goods, and sophisticated machine tools, many of them aimed at very specialized niches, and therefore with completely different trade supply chains. And I also agree with what Paco said. We have a major implementation in China. We have 21 production plants that are there to make products to be sold in China. There were some before, and we manufactured a few things there, not many, but China became an expensive country, and all that's left is what is manufactured to be sold there domestically. There's also India, a very different country with a significant degree of complication and completely different cultural issues. And it has to be said that each country is a world of its own, but more so in India than anywhere else. So it's complicated, but also interesting. And we've seen today that it's going to have a significant development, not at the same rate as China, possibly, for cultural reasons, but it's a country where we also have some production plants for the automotive sector, basically. And we also have plants in Singapore, in Taiwan, for electronic components. So I would say that we have an implementation that's important for us, but it's not enough for what this continent is going to mean. And I agree with what has been said here, but there's also something we have to consider. It's like the vendor that went to an underdeveloped countries. Everybody was barefooted, and they said that the potential market was enormous. Yes, but people have to be able to afford it. So from the technological point of view, there are certain products that are currently not being produced. They will be, but we have to adapt developments to the evolution of those customers to become potential customers for the products we make. And this has to be related to the technological level. You were talking about SMEs, and that markets are different. It's all Asia, but they are all a world of their own. That at one point the aim was to produce more cheaply and to bring it over here, but now the world has changed. And how do you approach this? Because you have SMEs in your groups. What's the strategy, and can it be extrapolated to other SMEs? Well, there's something we need to highlight. We started the internationalization process some decades ago. And although there are activities that are exclusively for here, our average is around 71% exports. So we have a long history, but this needs to be managed because realities change. People change, the market changes, the competition changes, and therefore it has to be managed. But where there's a network, it's basically the cooperatives that control their resources and manage what they have over there, which is very clearly adapted to their product and their market. But there's also management work that is done jointly. We currently have 3 corporate delegations, one in China, one in India, and the third in Russia. We had more in the past, but cooperatives, as they became more autonomous in the export area, the need for those corporate delegations was less. So we still have 3, and we're basically working on 2 lines. One which for us forms part of our DNA, which is inter-cooperation, sharing not just where there are delegations, but wherever cooperatives show an interest in doing something different to what's there already, and we work together. And apart from inter-cooperation, we're also working on diplomacy, corporate diplomacy, with important companies and corporations in the countries we're in and where we want to be, and also diplomacy on an institutional level, looking for support and looking for the penetration tools that each market requires. This is what we're doing. Okay, thank you very much. Francisco, you said earlier something that drew my attention, and probably that of the audience too, and that Gestamp got to Asia late. Such a big international company like yours, when it feels it got there late, what could the future situation be? How do you see your role in the future? And your work with Basque suppliers, can it help them learn from what you've done over there and what your background has been? It's true that I said we started late, because in a market like the automotive market, if we want to be world leaders, we need to have a percentage of our activity over there that's equivalent to the rest of world companies. But when you analyze it in detail, you realize that figures are too cold, and there are probably some niches in Asian markets that are not going to be very well covered by companies like ours. Our development is mainly based on technology, but there will always be niches that are focused on low cost, and that part of the market is probably not representative for a company like ours. But yes, I'm absolutely convinced that we were late. And doing some self-critique about our company, and probably many European companies, we took time to develop in those markets because we used a European mentality. The center of gravity has changed, and you have to set up there and think the way they think over there to be able to be successful. And sometimes we try to be very successful things in R&D centers here in Europe, and many of the things we need to do need to be developed over there. So I think in that sense, it's very important to maintain our basic knowledge centers here. But it's also very important to have application and engineering centers over there to adapt and design what each market needs. But if we look at messages for our suppliers over there in Asia, I would say that my initial message was to be prudent, because I can be encouraging, but encouraging also means taking on a responsibility, and that's important. What would I ask any supplier to come to Asia or not? I think that we have to be capable of meeting the basic requirements. In other words, a supplier, as a customer requires from us, needs to be able to meet price, quality, lead time, and service. But if we want to be more strategic in Asia, they have to be able to develop in the area of R&D, to be able to do co-development with us and take away part of our R&D effort, and also to accompany us in a solid way. And what's basic today is to comply with all the requirements demanded today by society, and which is encompassed in the world of ESG, and not just environmental issues, but also human rights and suitable governance. But in the case of Asia specifically, I think it's obvious. It's an enormous opportunity. I think that we can't think about a company that has ambitions to grow long term to not tackle the Asian market with a geographic implementation or in other ways, but it's absolutely necessary to be actively present in Asia. And secondly, it's obvious that it's very complex. It's very complex for two main reasons. Firstly, because the social environment, the cultural environment is very different to ours. We have to be able to have people, often local people that can act locally. We can't go with our European textbook under our arm. And it's also a very competitive market. If people think they're going to go to Asia and everything's free, they're mistaken. We want suppliers that are convinced that they can offer products in Asia that are especially competitive, either because of the technology or the cost. But otherwise, it obviously would be a problem. So what can we do? We can have more strategic thinking with suppliers, which sometimes we all lack, and not just looking at the specific price, but trying to take a strategic approach, a commitment. And that commitment means that if there are rules of the game and you're capable of carrying out technological development, if you're capable of investing and meeting our goals, we have the commitment of carrying out technological development with you and providing orders and giving you stability. That strategic commitment has to be used to take the step to go over there. But in any case, I would say to suppliers that I think that it has to be a clear commitment. Anyone that goes to Asia has to know that if they go over there, they have to have a proper strategy. It has to be a long-term approach, and it cannot be a short-term approach. And it has to be done with a certain flexibility, because it takes money and effort. And finally, I would say that I see a lot of risks in going over there, but there's probably a greater risk in not going. That's a good point. Damaso, you mentioned earlier that there is protectionism more and more in many places, but also in Asia. And connecting this with what Francisco was saying, that it's a risk to go over there. In that onshore and offshore area you work in, how do you see that situation? Again, from the point of view, and I know I'm focusing a lot on this, but we have a very significant world of SMEs. More than 90% of our companies are SMEs. How do you see it for them? How should they prepare? I think it's important that if they make that decision to go to Asia, do they need to think about other aspects that are relevant to their future activity? To contextualize once again, approximately 60% of the wind installations in the next 10 years will be done in Asia. If you consider that the other 40% is going to be supplied by Asia, people in Asia are looking at 80% of the market, and people sitting over here are seeing 20% of the market. That would be the first headline. If you're only here, you're missing 80% of the picture. Onshore. In offshore, as I said earlier, 70% of the picture is here, and it's going to go to 50% in 2030. ICEA is in the situation that Paco explained. We were late in getting to onshore. We've been here for 6 years, and in 6 years we've achieved a very strong position offshore in Europe. And we're going to build the 3 big projects in France and the 3 big projects in the UK, and we've worked on projects for Taiwan during this time. But we're a supplier with a global vocation, and with a vocation to be on onshore and offshore. So what to do in onshore that's helpful for us and for Basque SMEs? And to give another point of context, When I spoke to Vestas about the supply chain they had in the Basque Country, they said that they had 3,000 suppliers in the Basque Country, 3,000, and I was extremely surprised. And I said, how's that possible? Well, of those 3,000 suppliers that supply Vestas Denmark today, how much of that production is going to go to Asia? Well, I imagine that it will gradually go over there if it hasn't gone already. And to go to Asia, for me, there are two places you need to be in Asia in wind power. One is China and the other one is India. What do the OEMs tell us? They say that we're very interested in you having a position in India for two reasons. Because it's a market which, as we saw earlier, is going to grow significantly. And two, because they see it as a very relevant export hub, not just for Africa and the Middle East, but also for the United States. The geopolitical tensions mentioned earlier between China and the United States mean that India can play an important role when it comes to exporting to the United States and being a relevant partner in the supply chain. So what I would say to those SMEs that want to go to Asia or that feel that they should go to Asia, first of all, that if they're in touch with the OEM, they should go hand in hand with the OEM and not alone. Not an autonomous decision, I want to go to Asia and I'm going to Asia. No, talk to the OEM and understand where their needs lie. If you don't have the possibility of talking to the OEM, talk to your customer and get to understand their needs. And that need is probably already being covered by an Asian manufacturer. And that Asian manufacturer is probably open to a collaboration, joint venture, sale to the European supplier. There are many Asian suppliers that don't have the financial capacity to continue to follow the rate of growth of this industry. So I would encourage these SMEs to change their mindset. It's no longer possible to go with organic growth. Forget about greenfields. It will have to be through a brownfield or through a buyout or through a joint venture. And between India and China, if they go with a global perspective, they should look more fondly at India. This would be my recommendation. And then there are extremely interesting markets in Asia. But to start, I would say India and China. And initially India, and in India, Chennai, to be more specific. Perfect. You've given us the key. Thank you very much. Yes, very good. I'm going to ask all three of you a final question. We're in the COP week where on Friday there will be some kind of agreement. Announcements are being made regarding sustainability, CO2 emissions. Will we reach that carbon neutrality in 2050? Opportunities, digitization, all this applied to the Asian world. Well, we see it fairly clearly here. Europe has had a significant commitment, but applied to the Asian world, how do you feel that we should prepare to take that on? Or how is it seen from Asia? It's all yours, Paco, this time. You start.
Vamos a ver, yo creo que
if we focus on Asia and if we focus on climate change issues and sustainability issues, what I'd say is that Asia, generally speaking, is in a completely different sphere because there are many Asias, like I mentioned previously at this point in time. And, well, as regards Japan, for instance, there's a pretty high level of awareness. And it's very complex to go to India, as Damaso pointed out, and to tell 3 or 4 Indians that are sitting on a motorbike to go and buy an electric vehicle, because that is still something that is not an option. And I think that society is not sufficiently aware of this problem. But it's an issue that many people have been thinking about, in particular in relation to Asia, but also without forgetting Europe. I think that Europe is now playing a leadership role in terms of sustainability. I think that that is correct, but it's also correct for us to do so defending our interests in a much more clear manner. And when we're talking about what happened in Glasgow, we obviously do see that there are lots of people do want to go ahead, and that we're all convinced about what happened. We will have to do this together, but the difference is related to the fact that Europe, if it doesn't do things correctly and tidily, then there would be consequences, and if we don't set any limits to certain countries that perhaps are not facing the same pressure. I know that it's difficult to say, but what I would be concerned is if growth would be opposite to emissions, and anything that has to do with industrial policies in Europe would be subject to what other countries are going to be doing, and that would be my biggest concern. And then, on the other hand, these countries are moving, and China, I think, is the world axis. We've spoken about geopolitics, and we've also spoken about the role that Europe plays in the fight between the United States and China. And it was the Thucydides trap or something like that that somebody mentioned, but I think that China is moving. And before, I said that in the case of EVs, they are leaders nowadays, and the place where most electric vehicles are manufactured in the world is China, and where there are lots of players that crop up every day, and that's in China. And it is true that they are perhaps not as coherent as we would like them to be as regards energy production, and they are still responsible for a large part of emissions on an international scale. But it's also true that there is a plan, and I don't know how this plan is going to be articulated, and we'll possibly see China investing lots of money because they need to recover that international reputation to become leaders of the economy in a few years' time. Because I believe that from the sustainability point of view, the message that I would like to put across here is based on saying that, yes, Europe has to play a leading role. That's very good. There are not any costs, so there can be opportunities, but let's not be naive and let's not endanger the European industry. And then finally, these countries that are behind this issue, well, I understand India perfectly well when they say that as a country they need assistance to avoid emissions because the mature countries have already done that. I can understand but we also have to demand China to do things in a tidy manner, and that in this energy transition they be much quicker than what they have been until now. I'm not sure if I've answered your question. Well, yes, and this is in relation to what you said before. I would like you, Inigo and Damaso, to focus on that, to focus on the opportunities that could crop up as a consequence of Asia joining or jumping on this sustainability bandwagon, because I think that that is the most important thing. Well, it's difficult, as Paco pointed out, but what is evident in view of what's happened in China and what is also happening and will happen in other countries is that they are prioritizing the economic element. They are focusing on the economic element because of the situation the population has and still had and still has in many areas. And this is something that has much more importance compared to any other target, because if people are living in terrible conditions, well, that's the first thing that has to be solved. But they've also noticed that if they are not ecological, so in other words, the level of pollution they've had and still have nowadays, if it's killing off the population, they've made them richer, but the life conditions, health-wise, is definitely not good. So, yes, there are going to be opportunities, without a doubt, as regards ecology, as regards anything that favors a growing economy that's going to carry on growing. But many times, if you have growth but you don't have suitable ecological measures, it's a pollutant and it's bad for your health. So anything that makes it possible to achieve green growth is going to offer many possibilities, because you can sell wind turbine generators, well, many of them. And I think that this is going to be an important axis. And another important axis is that to the extent that people become richer or improve their quality of life, There are other very important factors that are going to be related to health issues. And health, it's something that has to be said because many times they are leaving behind pretty harsh conditions, especially in India. So there are going to be many, many possibilities in that area. And then we have leisure. To the extent that economies become wealthier, everybody works less, and we enjoy living well. I don't know why that happens, but that occurs everywhere, and that's what I would say. Thank you very much. And Damaso, yes, you are the guy behind the green approach. Well, yes, I would like to underscore what Paco said, and that is that we need to have the same rules applicable to everybody. And it's not possible for some of us to play football with our feet and others to play football with their hands. So if there are sustainability and contamination criteria available, the same should apply to everybody on the planet, because we can't have a set of regulations in Europe or another set for Asia, China, or the US, because this would have an unpredictable economic impact, because I say you're playing a football match in which each one sticks to certain rules, and that is not a fair competition. So for me, it is fundamental for this framework to achieve a higher level of to a regulation that is applicable to all. You obviously cannot ask an African or an Indian the same thing that you would ask a Dane or a Norwegian person to do. That's very clear. But in any case, these nuances would have to be managed, but the playing field should be fair for all the parties involved. And what about the opportunities? Well, I think that, yes, there are going to be many opportunities. And we were mentioning this before in the presentation, because there are technologies that are evolving at a very quick speed, and there are new market niches that are cropping up. So who was going to think only 10 years ago about all of the offshore services we have in terms of installations and maintenance? And who was going to think a few years ago about the magnitude of self-consumption in the planet? And this is going to open up many opportunities, and it's also true that this is going to produce cost variations, and the market will have to be ready to pay, because if you ask a steel factory to be carbon neutral, well, that steel factory at today's prices would have to produce more expensively, and this is something that will have to be absorbed by the market, and it will have to be accepted. So for me, the headline is that there have to be clear and fair rules in the game applicable to all. And well, there are going to be many opportunities in Asia and also in the rest of the world. Thank you very much. As we have some time left, in 2 minutes, I would like to ask each one of you to say something very quickly about digitization, because if we're in Asia, we're in a market in which the production of semiconductors is very focused on that particular continent, and there are telecom firms that are very, very relevant. So do you think that there could be some kind of opportunity for Basque companies in this case that could go there from the point of view of providing services together with you, apart from manufacturing activities and whatever it is you do? Would there be some kind of opportunity, or should we form partnerships with them? So very quickly, please, Damaso. Well, according to my experience, the normal thing is that if you have automated factories, which is our case, and you have management systems in place, and you go to Asia, well, the easiest thing would be to resort to your local suppliers, and that would shorten implementation time. And it's an opportunity for local companies to kick off in a new geography and then develop the market. I believe that the Basque industrial sector for many years has been characterized by technological vocation. It's always wanted to be innovative and of playing a very outstanding role. I think that this has allowed us to be very successful, and this has been done thanks to the fact that there's a very good supply chain as regards Industry 4.0 or 4.0. And these driving companies could become a lever so that other people can arrive in Asia and find that it's easy to implement things there. What do you think, Paco? Yes, I think along the same lines, because before we spoke about the implementation of services in the industrial sector, and it's all about applying advanced manufacturing technologies to try to improve things. But what I believe is that in many things, perhaps we would not be able to compete when we're talking about labor costs. But when we try to implement an advanced manufacturing concept, it's something that could be applied anywhere in the world. Because if what we want to do is develop in the Asian market, we'll possibly have to develop advanced concepts from here, but we'd have to do so together with them, because we cannot afford to think that we're only going to be exporting things there. I think that we have to do is develop a model based on our expertise. And I believe that we're pretty good at implementing practical know-how for all of these technologies that are in theory available to all, but this has to be done through agreements and through collaborative agreements with Asian companies. But let's not forget that the world of digitization in China is advancing at a tremendous speed, because Chinese society, although their levels of life are still at average levels, the level of digitization they have is very quick. They adapt to everything very quickly. So I think that this competitive edge we have from the point of view of implementing advanced manufacturing processes, I think it should be supplemented through local agreements with companies there to, well, we know that this poses difficulties because China is not the easiest place to get things done in fields like digitization, and even less so in the case of the internet. Inigo, what about you in the group? You have companies of all kinds, so how do you see this? I think that digitization is not going to represent an advantage for whoever has it, but it's really going to represent a total disadvantage for anybody that doesn't have it, that doesn't have a cutting edge. And I think that digitization is a very extensive concept, but obviously the products that are going to be sold will have to be highly digitized, and the local products too, or the people there too. And production facilities will need to have the same level of digitization before or after, or more before than after, compared to the companies that operate here. And I believe that this is one of the fundamental issues. But what I also believe is that there's going to be an effect in which, if digitization makes the labor factor, especially if it makes the cheap labor factor be not so necessary element, it means that low-cost countries are going to have a disadvantage. And here, if we have a suitable level of digitization, we'll be able to attract activities that were not sustainable because of the labor factor. So I believe that there's going to be uniformity in terms of costs, of these costs, and there will be other things that will play a very outstanding role, like the cost of energy, or the infrastructures and the administrative barriers, anything that has to do with legal safety, and these are going to be determining factors to be able to compete in the medium and long term, because digitization has to happen. And it's not going to be an advantage, but rather anybody that doesn't have digitization has had it. Thank you to all three of you. Thank you very much for your contributions. We're going to remain here because we don't want to produce any further disturbances. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for coming here today. Thank you.
Tapia, muchas gracias a nuestro panel.
Thank you.
Other speakers, and of course you, our audience, both online and present. Mundura Begira 2021, a look at where the world is heading. And I know I'm heading out of here with loads of information. I don't know if it looks like it, but my head is exploding with so much insightful material and perspectives. I hope your heads aren't exploding, but I hope you're leaving here with lots of value as well. Thank you and goodbye from Bilbao. Eskerrik asko, agur.